Hey, what is going on, everyone? It is David Palmer, Leo King, and welcome to a Leo King Live plus sun signs for December the 27th through January the 8th of 2025. Hope everybody's doing wonderful out there. It's good to be with you all. Hope you had a good Christmas or good holiday, whatever you're celebrating or not. Of course, this is going to be one of the ways I always do sun signs, especially over these last 4 years where I do a Leo King Live first and then go into your sun sign. So for those that aren't used to that on YouTube, you're just going to have to deal with it. It's where I'm going to go into some of the astrology to help understand things before you just get lost into your sun or rising sign and just want to just come and get whatever you want and then leave. You can actually learn something, get some more insight. It's been quite the twilight zone here during this holiday energy. A lot of weird aspects, and it just is the vibe going into 2025, which will be, as I said, this year, but it'll be last year just in days. But I said 2025 will be the craziest year. Even in my 2024 whole year long special that I did, I said, it's not 2024, it's 2025. So here we are, we're really close to it, and I'll be covering, of course, in your sun signs about these pretty intense events that are going to be happening as we leave 2024 and come into 2025. But also, I just want to give people a heads up. There is no break until we get to June. All right, till after the next solstice. So the next 6 months are extreme, and I think the only break that there'll be is something I'll show you in the astrology, but it really will be the Sun conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, because that ends the 0-degree Aquarius conjunction cycle that we've been in. All these conjunctions that have been happening at 0 degrees Aquarius have been extreme since, especially Jupiter Saturn, December 21st of 2020. The Mars Saturn that followed, the Mars Venus. Of course, we've just had another Mars Venus recently. We've seen so many transits here, but it will be that Sun Pluto that happens at 1 degree that will really be kind of like a moment to have a little bit of a breather, because it is ending a 4-year cycle. But everything that's happened over the last 4 years, compounded on everything that's happened over the last 19 with the nodes that are about to end here in Aries and Libra, on top of Pluto that was in Capricorn for 16 years and never had Mars in retrograde opposite Pluto the whole time. So we're going to see this in Aquarius. It really is like this last 19 to 20 years all just being slammed. Plus, you can take all my other astrology stuff that I go, even if you want to go really intense in understanding compression of time, And we are compressing thousands of years, especially with this Mars retrograde, almost 4,000 years of energy into all this. So it's going to be a lot. You are equipped though, because if you look at, let's just take the last 4 years, for example. It's been a lot, but there's been these kind of like moments like right now where it's like, what the fuck am I? It's Twilight Zone? Yeah, it's Twilight Zone. All right. So there's that. But you've been through a lot of extreme transits, and when all these planets are all in the same space, because if you want to take old conjunctionalist astrology from the 14th century and the 1300s, they were very good at prediction, and they were very good at knowing exactly what was happening. And they weren't even using all of the different planets that we use and so forth. But when the same thing happened, I mean, we saw the Black Death, because when all these planets become in one area of the sky and it's very lopsided, it really is like the opposing energy is so open, but just this one little, whether it's just the quarter of the zodiac or even just a half of the zodiac, is so full of energy that it feels like we are going through the most extreme experiences all at once. It's a locomotive, that's just piling on with no stop. And they just keep shoveling coal into that engine, no matter what. That's like a basic way to put it. But you're prepared for all this that's coming. Good news is 2025 needs to happen. 2025 also will have positives, but it will be, it will be in a way that, I just watched Gladiator 2. I loved Gladiator 1. Gladiator 2, of course, will never beat Gladiator 1, but I'm actually happy Gladiator 2 was made. And so that's kind of why I did the thumbnail for this end of 2024, beginning of 2025 as that. So if I were to just kind of use it here, where is my mouse there? There we go. Let's just look at it real quick. Right? It is us, that Mars, and then that's opposing Pluto. But it is us kind of facing off, right? This Pluto and Aquarius. And you know what? Just for shits and giggles, I did have this was the first one, and I didn't want Aquarians to get all pissed because this is you guys now, right? Pluto and Aquarius. And this is so Mars and Leo, right? This gladiator warrior, that everybody looks up to and inspires. But this big opposition, but you have to look at it that we're going to win. I mean, it does remind me of the old Bible story my grandmother read me growing up, Daniel in the lion's den. Or you could use David and Goliath, but it is an extreme momentous moment that's building and has been building. And so the good news is 2025 gets us out of the flirtation with all these extremes. But it does remind me of how Gladiator 1, it's like the way that 2025 works, we see so much stuff come into the new spaces and then we don't see it come. It comes back to where we're at now. So, that to me is the hardest rug pull. Like, here you go. You kind of get some of this new, and then you got to go back to Pisces, got to go back to Taurus with Uranus. So even though Pluto's in Aquarius, and I know a lot of people have made such a big hoopla over that shit, it's part of it. It's not the whole thing. So there's a couple things I do want to go over, Leo King live-wise, and then of course we'll go into your sun signs. And there's one more thing that I do want to bring up here, but I'm doing this. Most people don't know that I have an annual subscription for High Vibe. It's hidden. I've hid it for 4 years. We did it when we launched High Vibe in 2019, yeah, so 5 years ago. But I'm making it available until January 1st So for those that have left High Vibe, those that are on High Vibe, or those that have never been on High Vibe, this is the best deal that you can get, one and done. Just $99.99 or $13.99 a month. So it's a huge discount, and you won't see the availability for an annual after that. Of course, if you purchase it, you're honored with it, and you could even do it every year if you want to. And it's also a promise that I'm not going to raise the rate as well, ever on annual. So you not only lock in if you stay subscribed, but you don't lose that price forever. Like, even though it won't be seen on the website or anything like that. So go to highvibe.tv. You can see it at the top of the webpage. I've laid it all out for people, but this is something I've not put out for over 4 years. And I'm doing it for this next 4 or 5 days. For those that want to come back on the High Vibe, those that haven't been, and those that are on that maybe just want a discount and one and done, and to really come into 2025 and be together, and whether it's in our community or social media part of it, or to watch all the videos, definitely check it out. So there's a couple big things, of course. It's very interesting seeing that as we're ending 2024, it's at the precipice of these massive transits to really finally start to begin, especially these oppositions, the Mars retrograde opposite Pluto, which starts January 2nd. But it's interesting that it's like Chiron's going to station direct as we come into this last week here, right? December 29th, we're going to see that. So we'll go into that right now and take a look. So we can look at Chiron coming direct, because remember, the North Node's also getting ready to leave Aries. So the dispositing aspect of that, of course, is Mars, and Mars is retrograde, starting its opposition to Pluto. So if you really think about it, this is going to be the most extreme Mars retrograde, especially knowing the history. If you purchase my Mars retrograde special, you will see nothing like this has ever happened since. You have to go all the way back to 1886 BC. Okay. So let's take a look real quick at Chiron here. And so even like just when we go over your sun signs and so forth, we'll be talking about this, but let's take a look at Chiron stationing direct here at 19 degrees. Remember, that's the exalted degree of the sun in Aries. So that part of ourselves that wants to feel like I am who I am, and it feels like life, and I'm able to take everything on and everything. I think that's the problem with the Jupiter square Saturn that just finished on Christmas Eve, and that we still have for the next 6 months until they meet in the cardinal signs of Aries and Cancer on the next solstice, which is kind of crazy that we have to wait 6 months for the next Jupiter Saturn square. But thinking about this over the last 2 holidays, right? Like Saturn in Pisces is trying to control the too wide of a view, to try and put a plan to things, to make things get figured out. But Jupiter retrograde is really trying to do the same. And so you can't figure all your situations out in your life and all your problems at once. It's impossible. You have to do things one little bit at a time. And I think that's a big way to really leave 2024, is remember, like, hey, it's a lot of shit we're going through, but we all have a lot of problems. We all have a lot of things that we want to address. And you can only do it one moment and one thing at a time. Jordan Peterson says it best. Like, if you're somebody who's like overwhelmed with depression, or you're overwhelmed in life, clean up your fucking room, right? Like, if you can't clean up your room, like, okay, how far you're already trying to fix something far away, but you can't even do that. So it's like, can you clean up a drawer in front of you? That messy drawer, which is so Saturn, Neptune, Pisces, right? So we have to remember that, like, we're leaving this going, we all have a messy room, and we have a lot of problems in that room, and we have drawers that are all weird, and we want things to be all back to some sort of arrangement. Because if you think about it, we've been through so much Sag and Mercury. Even as we do this next 2 weeks of going through the sun sign astrology, fucking Mercury's still going to be in Sag by January 8th, right? So if you think about the only sign that all these mutables aren't getting is Virgo, which is us trying to, if you want to use clean a room or fucking get things back into some sort of order that's like daily. But that's where the problem is, right? And that's also where the South Node is getting ready to head into for the next 18 months. So remember, even when we want it to be orderly, the universe is telling us to go into Pisces, where it's going to still be sloppy as we move into all this new energy. So that's a little confusing, but the whole point is to stay within that basic place of like, I can take on this, I can take on that. Now, instead of trying to go, oh my God, I have to do this and that big thing that's far out there, you're never going to get there. Right? Or, I mean, it kind of reminds me of like, you know, my whole image here that I'm doing for fucking this whole like next 2 weeks is with this Mars retrograde opposite Pluto and Aquarius, right? Like we're going to have to deal with the fucking crazy ice fucking Pluto people, right? Right? And they're not happy and they don't know how to express themselves except through like, ha ha ha, you know, except that it's not really courageous, right? It's very, you know, you think, you know, Aquarius is very human, but like it's the human that must be found in the coldness. But you know, the light of the sun, you know, this is what Leo's about. And so with Mars there, the warrior, the courageous part of ourselves here is having to face already this behemoth of a cold energy out there and dark and very unpredictable and also extremely weird, not normal, right? So, and it comes out of nowhere, right? Like, you know, I mean, if you watch Gladiator 2, it's actually really good. They fucking threw in some like really crazy, like the games got crazier. You know what I mean? Like fucking, it was like, whoa. But this would be like even crazier. This would be like Gladiator 3, right? Like, what the fuck? An Aquarius that's got Pluto all over them just pops up with Pluto on the top of the fucking Colosseum and tries to kill the gladiator and all the people in it. What? Well, there's the one gladiator left, the Mars and Leo retrograde, who's coming out, right? That's already a lot to take on, but do you think when these moments come, you're thinking about, oh, fuck, my room's not clean. I didn't make my bed today. I didn't fucking clean up my life, right? Like, so that's what's weird is we bounce between both. These big moments come, we figure it out, and then when those moments aren't happening, unless you're somebody who's not ADHD, it should be pretty easy, right? Well, not even, you know, us ADHD people have a hard time fucking staying on top of everything, but those who don't have ADHD, it should be easy, but it's not because we do have this Jupiter and Saturn square still going, and we also at the same time have Mercury still in Sag, and you know, this is going to be how you're going to have to live the next 6 months. It's going to become bigger. It's going to become more extreme. And it's also going to test you in areas when you don't want it to be that moment. Hence, we're going to have a new moon in Capricorn that's going to happen during this next 2 weeks. And this one has like no aspects. Another new moon with no aspects. So it is kind of like it's kind of giving way to the bigger aspects happening, not the new moon itself. And it's also the first new moon in Capricorn without Pluto in 16 years. So going to be very interesting. We're going to be dealing with this kind of behemoth energy here, which is really extreme. So with Chiron that does station direct, it is this moment where you have to be okay with not one, being perfect, and two, talk about humble city when it comes to your ego. Like the only where the ego really does work when Mars is retrograde in Leo is by inspiring others, being to where you're not trying to show off, but you're trying to be yourself and love yourself and love. And by, it's like, it's the Leo that's just being themselves that people, admire energy, not the one that's like got the plan, like I'm going to show up and be like this, right? Like I'm going to be funny or whatever. It's not that. It's in the moment when Pluto arrives in that opposition to Mars, right? And so what's weird is this Sunday coming up here, we are going to see Chiron station direct, that north node now at 1 degree of Aries, and Mars retrograde at 2.5, even less, and then Pluto finally to 1 degree here, and that opposition becoming very extreme. And we also are in a balsamic dark moon as we're getting ready for a new moon in Capricorn, the first one to actually not be with Pluto in so long, but also it's been a long time coming since we came into a new moon energy in the new year. It was back in 2013, and that was with Pluto exact. And then you have to go back to 2006. So it's been a long time. And so there's a part of ourselves that feels like, can we handle all this? And I thought about this today in the shower randomly, but I think that it's a good thing to think about is, can you handle things that you feel like you've lost the power to do? The real question is, did you ever lose that energy? I just went through a massive Pluto transit. It just finished in exact today, about 3 hours ago. I've had Pluto opposite my sun for the last couple of years and make many exact oppositions because Pluto came into Aquarius multiple different times and went back into Capricorn more times than it did in any other sign in our lives. And, that was the question for me today, as Pluto's in direct opposition to my sun right now. It was the last time it was, did I lose the energy or the power within me, or is it me refining it? Because Pluto has, yes, the energy of death, but at the same token, there's this energy of where you have to, things are taken away from you to see if you still have the energy within you. So it's more about how you respond to things. And Pluto makes it so extreme to where it's like, do I have the energy to do this? No. Okay, then it's really not what's meant for you in your life anymore. But if you do have it still within you, then it's actually the activation of that taking away energy that really tests you to see if you have it. So because this is Leo King Live, and I put up a post today, I'm not going to waste everybody's time and do the whole Pluto experience, but I'll give you some little things here. Over the last 3 years of this Pluto opposition, I lost my father. I've lost my best friend who died last year, my dad, 2021, as it became within 3 degrees orb. So I had lots of losses. I just lost my stepdad's best friend, who I've known 19 years, about a week and a half ago. I also became a father. I'm about to be a father for the second time with a new child. But the other big thing about all that is that when it came to doing this work, I don't know how I kept doing it, because to be honest with you, every fucking hardest situation in my life happened. And at the same token, while let's just say 75% of my audience hated me, right? So it also called me to speak truth when nobody wanted to say those truths. Right? So and knowingly losing like fucking, ironically, the same, like 75% of my income. It's really, I'm not going to bullshit you because Pluto wouldn't allow me, but I'm also not a bullshitter. But imagine making millions of dollars a year and then knowing you could stop that bleeding by just stop saying what people don't want to hear, which is the truth. Just be like everyone else and just do the astrology and don't get involved with speaking truth. Most people, and I had many people, and I will never reveal who they are, because whether they're family members or they're friends or they're people who say they're truthers, but when they know me personally and they know my situation, like, hey, bro, like if I was in this situation, I would just shut the fuck up and just maintain what you've got, bro. But I couldn't do that. So to keep going and to keep speaking the truth and to keep showing up every day and to keep doing this work, and then also to pull myself back in a massive way from YouTube. So there's that Pluto thing that pulls us away from the public into a very private space too, right? And for me, like, to do the work most people know on YouTube, but to actually expand it, but to not, like, you know, that also is, I put the walls up, right? Pluto walls. Like, nope, you got to really, like, prove you're really fucking wanting truth. I'm not wanting to just drop the bombs on you unless you're really fucking wanting them to be dropped on you. It was very hard. Every morning, I don't know how I figured it out. I've almost lost this whole company fucking like 5 times at least. I've had to pull off things that people, and all legal, like nothing crazy, but like, you know, stuff that people would never done. I've taken more debt out of my life and taken loans and paid back $1 million in just loans to stay alive through it all while I was losing everything without going into bankruptcy and making weekly payments of up to $10,000 a week sometimes and having to come up with the cash from them and then if I can bid it by doing astrology. I don't know anybody that's ever had to do that. I don't think it's ever been done. So I can say, whatever you're about to go through, you can fucking do it if it's in alignment with who you are. Because this Mars opposition to Pluto is going to test the core of who you really are in your heart and what's the meaning and what's the purpose, the deeper meaning of that expression of yourself in society, the world, and more importantly, how it interconnects. Like, you know, the Pluto Capricorn journey in the last 16 years really was about purpose. And I love to say destiny. I called it the era of providence, if you don't remember, in 2020. And of course, on YouTube, that's when I was peaking. And I was on every TV show again, because I've had multiple times of that. And even when I had all that, I threw all that away to speak truth. And so, and with lots of enemies, tons of enemies, tons of people who tried to fucking bullshit or lie or try to fucking put me off as this other person for their own gain. I was like, It was hard at first, but then as I went through this transit over the last couple of years, it was like, you know what? Let people think whatever they want to think. People know who I am. You know, the amount of people that just said, you ain't going to make it, whatever, right? That wasn't my drive, though, is to prove anybody. It was more of like, maybe they're right. We'll see, right? So it became more of like a surrender fully, which Pluto does. Like, if I'm going to die doing this work, or this work's going to die, I'm prepared to figure out whatever's next. And if it throws me, wherever it throws me, so, you know, I don't know how. I mean, I'm a guy who had like a 760 credit score to like a 580 and had to move studios and shit like that, and was able to pull it all off. Like, I don't know how, but whatever it came up that I had to fucking find a way without forcing it, but the will to survive is everything. And so, you know, it's kind of I'm a weird person to speak to you about this week and this next week and this coming into 2025, because this Mars Pluto opposition is happening at the beginning of Leo and into the beginning of Aquarius. And I have lived through this, and Mars is about to retrograde in my sun again. That happened in 2009 into 10, but it stopped in Leo at 0 degrees. So, unless there's a couple other astrologers that are 0 degree Leo. I know Cam White is, and I know that Kai Pasha Letcher is. So it's us three that have lived through, as astrologers, shit that I'm sure if I were to do something with them and talk with them three, us three together, we would all be like, what, people only knew. FBI fucking after me because of crazy fans making shit up. I mean, it's insane. But I can tell you that if it's got a connection in your heart still, and it more importantly is truly there to help people, because that's what Pluto tests. Now, you can't say you're doing something for people when you're really not. So a good example now with Pluto and Aquarius would be, I'm doing it for charity. This is the charity I want. Do you really care? Is it more for the bling of, I did something for charity? It won't work now. Like, the universe will just not make something work if you're not genuine for the help and what you're going to, really do for people. And then there's the other side of it where what looks not like help, which I'm a great example of that, right? Like, I'm a fucking Orange County, fucking like bad, I shit talk, I still cuss, I do not look like the spiritual dude, right? Like, and I don't deliver it in the spiritual way, but that help is actually in there, right? So we're in a world now to where you can't judge a book by its cover at all. You only judge a book by what's actually in it and if it hits you or not. And it's not going to come in the way that you expect or look like, right? So that kind of fake ass, look at how woke has died so fast. Same thing goes with like things that are like ultra spiritual looking, right? It's just like not going to, too fake. So I won't go too much deeper into my take. I'll save that for another video, but it's interesting that as I'm doing this today, it is Pluto finishing its opposition to my sun. Of course, also square my natal Pluto at 29 Libra. I was born with the sun square Pluto. And so kind of like my last word on this will be that fucking, I don't want to get emotional, but I spent yesterday on Christmas with my in-laws, right? And it was so beautiful. They stayed with us. And then I went and saw my grandmother on my dad's side, and I haven't seen my dad's side for Christmas since he passed. But then I looked through my texts trying to find the address to my aunt's house. And we got actually into a little thing in 2020 around Christmas. And of course we squashed it and got through it, but we didn't end up seeing each other. And then 2019, something had come up. I think I was being crazy Leo King, smoking cigarettes in the ZR1 Corvette, living in LA. So actually I didn't see my dad on Christmas since 2018. I didn't even realize that till, right? Even though I saw him so much, but it was just like, and then I hadn't, my whole life, like my dad's side, Christmas morning was my dad. My mom's side was always Christmas Eve. So I went yesterday, saw my grandma, and so she could meet Aurora now that she's older, because of course she met Aurora when she was an infant, but Aurora wasn't talking yet and walking. And now, she could, my grandmother's 95 years old. And, she's not supposed to be alive and have one of her kids dead, my father. And so I got home and I was talking with Sophia last night, and we talked about this Pluto opposing my sun. My wife also has Saturn in Taurus at 0 degrees. So she's been dealing with Pluto square her natal Saturn. And her Saturn's 055 Taurus and my sun's 055 Leo. So we have an exact Sun-Saturn square in our synastry. And so it's also been like the test within our relationship, right? But also it's been for her a massive test. So we can both relate to it. But I told her through the weird lens of it all was I came here to keep my, and this might sound crazy, but to keep my ancestry alive. And believe it or not, one of my mentors that just passed away a month ago, Michael Luton, he told me I can't even tell you how many times, maybe 10, and especially in the first time I met him in 2012 at UAC 2012. And he looked at my chart and I said, what do you think? And Michael Luton's not somebody who goes off on a chart. He has like the one-liner. And he looked at my chart and he said, you're here to breed. And I'm like, what? And I laughed. And he's like, I'm serious. You're here to breed. Fuck, that's so... Okay. You think you have you're an exalted being. You got a Sun in Leo and you got a Moon in Taurus. And I'm like, so you got all that off that I'm here to breed. But you know, that always like stuck in my head. And he'd repeat it to me in other ways, or we talk about all my Scorpio shit. And him and I had a nickname for my shadow, which was Shredder, my raptor. So whenever you saw him post about a raptor in Jurassic Park, he was referring to the shadow. And mine was funny because when he asked me what my name was and what I had, I said I had a raptor and that it was named Shredder. And so that kind of gave him that idea of the Jurassic Park Shredder or raptor stuff over the last, like 5-6 years with a lot of Saturn Pluto stuff. But minus all that, I realized that my dad was always meant to die young for me. I mean, I'm 40, but he died when I was 37. And I never thought my dad would die. And he died too young at 64. And there was nothing, even the doctors were fucking like, what the fuck? And it wasn't the shot. But part of it was I was looking through my dad's Facebook last night, and there's a picture of me in 2017, and I'm holding like somebody's baby. And my dad took the picture, and I'm laughing my ass off. And it's like the future of my son when he has a baby. And it's funny because I said, I'm never going to have a fucking kid. I'm just not that person. There's no way. Right? And here I am, like, even just this morning, just playing with my daughter, and then just being with my wife and our daughter, and now with our son that's going to be born in 6 months. It's like, it's very emotional, but it's just like, I couldn't imagine my life any other way. I'd like it would be like insane not to. But like the whole purpose was to keep my family name alive, to keep, especially as a Leo, so the ancestry is involved. And that, I'm bringing this up because I think a lot of people are going to have big choices here when it comes to like, what does your life mean for you when it comes to children and family, with Mars retrograding back into Cancer in the next 2 weeks? Because I was somebody who never believed in it and never thought I would. Yet my dad's death really did spark, continuing it, while at the same token, I have quite the ancestry line to the royals extremely. I'm in all those royal bloodlines, and I know people probably think I'm like Illuminati or something, but I'm not. But it is kind of weird with all my Leo, my chart. So a lot of it was the full circle of realizing that my dad was always meant to die in order for me to, and it's weird because I'm like back in the space he was with me when I was young, but as him now, right? And so that's one part of it. But I think a lot of it is, while becoming that, at the same time fighting every arrow off from the astrology world to the woke astrology like mass that we have in this community, the mask astrology cult, to the very extreme bias astrology that's out there, to the people who don't like me, who swap my fucking shit with the FBI. So like doing all that kind of shit while becoming a dad, and to raise a family, and to be a good husband, and somebody who has done what no other astrologer's done, and just constantly been making videos for over 12 and a half years every day, and to continue to keep delivering, and to build a network, and to keep it all up, while then also speaking truth that nobody likes me because I did. People got triggered. People didn't want to hear it. And maintaining all that at the same time, and I'm still here. So, any of you out there who you think your life's going through a lot, you can make it through. Like, I remember I had told somebody, I forgot when. There's been so much that's happened. I feel like when you're in a Pluto transit, it's like God takes this dark black tarp and puts it over a pool and just dunks you in the pool and survive. It's the best way to describe it. But it was somebody recently who asked me something about, I think it was actually in High Vibe and Alive, when I was talking about like people just kind of don't understand, like they're trying their heads to say, how much money does he make? Because he has all these people, and this is the price of a subscription. He charges the most of any astrologer for a reading. He's behind on his readings, got a waiting list. Like everybody's trying to figure me out, right? And I had brought up something like, oh, well, yeah, every Monday for, like 2.5 years, I had to come up with like $6,500 every Monday to pay the debt in my business loans. And then this time of month, I had to do another like 12 grand. And then I was, they were just like, wait, what? I couldn't even imagine that. And I'm like, I got used to it for so long. And I'm somebody who comes from very humble beginnings, because you can go on the beginning of this channel, look at the oldest videos, and see I was homeless for the first year of doing this channel. And no money. I'm not a trust fund baby. I wasn't given anything. Literally did this with nothing, to the point of where most people couldn't even fathom. I'm not even talking about like things like a house or anything like that, like bills. And that's not even the bills. That's just the fucking loan money. So if I could figure all that shit out with the passion of astrology, because that just blows. I'm going to be honest with you. What I've learned too about this is that we have a very sad astrology community in the fact that they don't believe in themselves enough. They really don't. They give away stuff for free, and they don't know how to package it well. They don't know how to give back. Because like, if you take in money as an astrologer, if I would have just kept it where I did it out of like my apartments and my house, and I just went outside like I used to and just film outside and just do some really cool filming outside, and maybe like rented a studio for a day and just like filmed for like a week or something, and then like here's all the content for like a while, and just kept my overhead very low, and then use Patreon or something, right? It's all for the gain, if you think about it, if you're like that. For me, all of the money has gone into, let me build the studio. Let me build a home. Let me build this app. Like the app itself costs 10 grand a month, okay? Minimum. So every month I have to come up with that money, right? And all the data that stores it, and all the user data that's all secured, and make sure there's no fucking, all your data will never get fucking in a crazy cyber attack to all that stuff and do everything legit and pay all the taxes on everything with my corpse and all that shit. And it made me realize, like, so many fucking people in this community are weak. And I'm not saying they're weak in their work. What I'm saying is that they're scared to find how many possibilities there are. Because they're not realizing that you have to, with the exchanges, is the knowledge. Of course, people pay for that knowledge in return. And it's what you as the astrologer do is you put it back into making it a better experience, giving them a place to do it, giving them more, showing up with new ways. We're in a world of the most amazing technology. And people will go edit like 5 hours for some like old graphics that fly by. Okay, that's cool. But it's not that engaging. And it's not showing the chart and going deep. Every fucking thumbnail, it's not like I just use AI like in 1 second or something. It's like I'm actually like making the artwork of like what the understanding of the horoscope in a large scale and a small scale would be. All the way to the whole thing it mind blows me that people just don't put like the effort of the possibilities. It's the fear of making the big next step and then continuing to take the next big step and then continue to do it. And then even when I was stripped down to nothing again, I still was able to pull another rabbit out of my hat because I kept, all right, I'm going to keep this app going. I'm going to keep it going. Lost fucking all these people. Whatever. They don't like what I said, that it's going to be a shadow reality, that this whole presidency is going to be fake, which thank God, let's be real, 50 people from the Biden administration came out just last week and said, we never saw the president. We never was okay. Nobody knows who's the real president. I tried to say that for so long. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you that the shot was going to not work. I mean, I said it before it came out. It's not going to work. It's going to be science gone bad, experiments gone bad, Uranus and Saturn in square. And that was just one part of the astrology, but it was like, I got not in an argument, but I tried to have a debate with another astrologer and he blocked me. And he's the head quote unquote evolutionary astrologer. So this whole Pluto transit's been like, wow, the head evolutionary astrologer is telling people to go get the shot. Well, in 2021, I'm telling people, okay, my reasoning as an astrologer to avoid this, one, it's bad for society, saying you're okay and you're not. That's not freedom. Two, it's body autonomy. But three, it's Jupiter and Saturn square Uranus and Taurus. This is going to be experiments gone bad. It's going to shadow the reality. So that's why you saw me in 2021 with a fucking headband on. And you saw me fucking be the rebel and be like, I'm going to be the rebel astrologer because nobody wants to be. And if I take the crushing losses monetarily, especially me with the moon and Taurus, I am willing to do that for the truth. And I did. And every year that went by, after 2020 being my peak year, making millions of dollars, and then having to shell out all this money to keep it alive, that I really never made the money. But I at least stated my truth. But the idea is that it's scary that the people who made money and didn't lose money but keep gaining money don't do anything with it for astrology. Don't do something bigger. Or they have some other group pay to make it all happen and they you do it all and I don't do it all. Right? Like I'm the one producing this. I'm the one doing the back end of the app. I'm the one talking with the developers. I'm the one fucking creating the visionary aspect constantly, and I'm not fucking just pay these people and you do it. And the fact that we live in the world now where all these astrologers are all making really good money and they don't give anything back to you or for the community blows my mind. I think that was like the biggest one of my realizations was that I kept doing it while I was fucking in a tarp under the, like they didn't have Pluto opposing their sun. They didn't have any of that shit. They're coasting. And they were also putting in their horoscopes, get the shot and shit. Like fucking crazy. So on this day, December 26th, going now to 27th for me in 30 minutes of 2024, I feel exonerated because everything I told you happened. Literally everything. From the presidency to fucking literally the shot, to the religious movement that would come out of nowhere, to the woke shit will end. That, I mean, the list is so long, the special videos I did for the last 4 years, and I appreciate those that have supported me. But it's been really weird to watch because I've thought about this. I've thought about this a lot. And I just have to get this off my chest. Like, I have so many people who left because of what I said about the shot. Right? Like, especially when I did Purgatory in 2021, right? And I was telling them that the shot's going to be more than about the mRNA, but about what's in the shot. I'm not even talking about like what's bad about it, like in the way you hear about it, but that it's alien fucking shit. What's happening right now? You really think I'm going to be wrong on that one here in 2025? Do you really think there was COVID, right? When I said there was no COVID? Something came out of the skies, dropped shit down here. Or when I said that the quantum computer of 2019 and it's 6 foot apart stuff, you know, the whole idea of 6 feet apart, they even admitted, right, that they made that up, but they didn't make it up. The quantum computing and the AI told them that because that's what it's doing itself. I said all this in 2021. It's all out there on YouTube for free. I can't even believe I didn't get banned. But that's another thing that Pluto will teach you is that if I'm not getting banned when I'm saying everything that should have got me banned, everything, never got banned, that Pluto was like, I'm allowing this to get through. It's truth. And and whether people exonerate me or not, I don't need that outer people to do that. Because for me, it's like, I know what I said, it happened, and I have plenty of people every day on Twitter, every day on Instagram who tag me and go, oh, Leo King was right again. The stories and the amount of them is so big now that it's like, I feel like that was my job. Not like I feel proud. It's the opposite. I feel like that was my job. So when we get back to this Mars energy that we're going to be going through with this retrograde, we're going to come into this new year and we're going to have a new moon. So let's move to that new moon here. And then it's going to be Mars that's going to be in this really intense opposition to Pluto in the retrograde, right? So we're going to have this new moon on December 30th. And I covered this already in Deep Astrology this week, but if you're on High Vibe, which again, 1 year, $99, one and done, only until January 1st on highvibe.tv. But this new moon at 9 degrees is not making any aspects. It has a sesquiquadrate right here to Uranus. But there is no big square. There is no big sextile. It's an approaching sextile to Saturn, but it really is, it is aspectless. You know, it's got a separating semi-square to Venus. That's not 45 degrees, 47 degrees. So, you know. Whenever I see new moons, when there's not much happening, it's just a placeholder. It's just saying, okay, this is a new energy, but the energies that are carrying over still, especially from the last new moon in Sag, are happening. And really, it's this Mars opposite Pluto that this new moon is bringing in. And of course, Saturn that's been in square to Jupiter, and this energy in Capricorn is dispositing Saturn, right? So it really is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's starting to become a reality as it stationed direct. The second Saturn stationed direct, about a month and a half ago, is the end of the woke, right? It's really interesting. And there's Neptune in the North Node starting to come together, and then Saturn. And remember, this whole area from where Chiron is to where Saturn is going to be the most condensed zone of crazy shit to start 2025 off with. It's gonna literally, because Aries rules the head, it's gonna fucking make your head spin fucking like crazy, okay? So this new moon is also in square to when we get to that point where we're gonna see Venus make its retrograde in Aries, where we're gonna see so much of the most craziest shit that begins 2025. This new moon at the same time still has Mercury that's in shadow, that's been in Sag for almost 2 months in detriment, and been in this opposition to Jupiter. And Jupiter and Mercury, of course, have been in this really weird mutual reception, but they're both in detriment. They're not happy. And that mutual reception is helping a little, but it's really not. It's really bad for the mind to try and comprehend everything right now. And even belief systems. And so, if anything, we're trying to establish this new space. It's the first new moon without Pluto and Capricorn, too. For a long time. You have to go back to 2007. So the real one is that Mars in opposition to Pluto, that this new moon in Capricorn is kind of setting up. Well, let's see what happens with that, right? Because Saturn in Pisces is kind of like, well, let's see what the show's, what's God going to do here? So this new moon in Capricorn is not after control. It's after, okay, let's actually start to set up what things are going to be, or what we're going to make decisions with in our life based on how is the universe going to do this extreme opposition of Mars retrograde opposed Pluto. And because there was no Mars retrograde that opposed Pluto while it was in its whole 16 years in Capricorn. The whole time, Mars never retrograded and opposed Pluto. The last time that happened was at the end of Pluto and Sag, when Mars retrograded in Cancer, came back into Gemini, and made its opposition to Pluto and Jupiter at the end of Sag. So it's been since then, 2007 as well, that there's been a Mars opposition to Pluto with Mars retrograde. So it's weird. It's like the whole Pluto Capricorn story. It's over. And this new moon's the second to last big transit to fully end it. The next one will be the sun when it conjuncts Pluto at 1 degree in Aquarius on the January 21st. And that's us really into Pluto Aquarius, and there is nothing left remaining of Pluto Capricorn. And what's weird is the last time that Mars made an opposition, so I'll show you this. Let's go like this so you have a better context here. So there's Mars retrograde in Cancer, 0 degrees, and it was about to, so that was exactly 3 plus 4, 17 years ago was the last time that we had this happening, right? And if you see where the moon is, it's heading towards a new moon in Capricorn, but it wasn't the same. Like we're having a new moon and then the Mars opposite Pluto while Mars being retrograde. So if we just now move this to the next day, there it is, Mars retrograde opposite Pluto, December 31st, 2007. So us coming into 2008 with Pluto ready to come into Capricorn there. So that's what's weird is Pluto's already in a new sign. This was the last time we had anything like this was Pluto when it was leaving the sign. But for some reason, Mars, which is exalted in Capricorn, was like, I am not going to fuck over Pluto there. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to fuck over the other planet I co-rule Scorpio with. No way. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to have a fight there. So there was controlled in many ways. The whole world was controlled for 16 years, including the 2020 conjunction of Saturn-Pluto, Pluto-Jupiter, and the Jupiter-Saturn at 0 Aquarius. If you really think about it, what I told you all, that the world would be under a place of control. It was also the North Node that was just entering into a new sign, which was Aquarius at that time. So it's similar, but it has a little bit of its differences, if that makes sense to people. Look at where Saturn was. The opposite sign, Virgo. All right. Now we have Saturn all the way up here in Pisces, where Uranus was then. And the North Node is about to leave Aries, but it's not there yet. So not only was it, so it's flopped. Pluto leaving a sign during the Mars opposition with the retrograde of Mars. And the North Node already in a new sign. Now it's flipped. Now we have the North Node in Aries about to leave, but Pluto that's already in Aquarius. So this 9-degree new moon with no aspects is about a reoccurrence. And the reoccurrence is the Mars retrograde opposite Pluto, the last one, at 29 Gemini, and Pluto at 29 Sag. And Jupiter had already ingressed into Capricorn, and so Jupiter-Pluto already had met. And so the last Jupiter-Pluto was not this conjunction that happened in December of 2007. It was the one in 2020 that we had 3 times. And the last time that Jupiter and Pluto met 3 times was in Leo back in the 50s when they did the whole, oh yeah, let's do suburbia and everybody can now be on a flight. And that's why my prediction of the world of air travel will be horrible for the next 12 years and will keep being bad and airplanes won't be working and it'll be worse at the airports and flying will be less and less and less and less. And people didn't believe me, but look at the last 4 years. Because Jupiter, Pluto are that big of a deal. And so now it's Jupiter. It's not in opposition to Pluto or with Pluto. It's sitting in Gemini, right? And Mars already retrograded in Gemini 2 years ago. So Jupiter's in square to Saturn, though, and back then, that was Jupiter that was starting to come into trine with Saturn. So this was actually a lot easier. Okay? So this new moon is bringing up, like, that was really intense. Like, let's finish it before we get into a new sign. Meaning, the things that were happening in your life at the end of 2007 were like, are we doing this or not before we come into this new energy? It's opposite now. And it's much different, of course, different signs and different aspects, right? So let's come back to, like, I literally, it's kind of crazy, but it's literally exactly 17 years to the day of the new moon. But coming back to new moon energy, or it's within a day. This one is saying, oh, it's not about what we close down here. It really is like what's already been closed that you're still trying to find happiness from and still trying to fix that needs to end. So that's a lot different. Meaning like, okay, if we just make a choice and we end this whole story and we start a new story, very Gemini Sag, then when we come into Capricorn, we can solidify it there. This is different. There is no solidifying anything. It's already been solidified. It means now, what is it that's not working, Pluto and Aquarius, and that also that you want to fix, and you're obsessed with trying to find a way forward with, but it's not happening because there is something within you that you just don't know how to find your happiness within you. So that's why I gave my personal experience, because I'm born with the sun at 0 Leo, and I've been in the middle of all this. And you have to remember the last time that Mars was around this zone was literally in the beginnings of 2010 in retrograde. And it stopped at 0 degrees of Leo, and it was there for 2 weeks. And then it went direct there, and it was there for multiple weeks. But we're going to go back into Cancer. And it's been a long time since Mars retrograde in Leo went back into Cancer. Long time. And so this one's going to be a new moon where it's not about what are you solidifying. It's about, okay, what is it that I'm trying to fix that isn't fixable, and letting that go. And then also, where can I find the expression that wants to not be the exact same as my expression, but at least see me for who I am, and I can see them, the person and the other situations for what it is. And we find a way to find the light and do something with it without knowing the answer fully. Because there is this extreme spiritual quest that we're all being quantified with even more so. We've already been on one for 4 years, but this one with this North Node, Neptune and Saturn that are going to meet in Pisces, and with the Venus retrograde that's coming. Remember, Venus is only going to go to Pisces in the beginning of Aries in retrograde. So Venus is already slowing down. Everything's slowing down. Everything's slowed down. Nothing's at full speed. The only planet technically at like its fastest is Pluto. Everything else is not. Mercury's not. Jupiter's not. Uranus is not. Chiron stationing direct. Neptune's not yet. Remember, it was at 27 degrees. It just stationed direct with the Mars retrograde December 6th and 7th. So, and Saturn is not out of where it was yet in shadow and retrograde at the end of the teens of Pisces. So, I mean, Saturn just came direct, right? It's getting close to coming to its full speed. So really, it is kind of weird that it's Saturn and Pluto. And the weird part is Saturn's trying to keep moving. And so what's hard about this new moon is we're not out of the grips yet of the last 4 years, but also this whole Pluto Capricorn thing, because not until Pluto and Saturn do more than 45 degrees of separation. So once that semi-square of Saturn goes beyond 45 degrees, it hasn't happened yet. It's gotten to it, and then it retrograded back. Until Saturn goes, I am in Aries, and I am not in semi-square to Pluto, okay? Right? If anything, that's going to be when Saturn starts getting ready for its sextile to Pluto, that all the things are going to be exposed, and everything over, especially 2020, and everything that happened on that 22 degree conjunction point in 2020 is going to be finally wide open, and we will feel away from it. But right now we're still not there. We're in the grips of it because we're still, if we just count that, right, 14 and a half degrees, the sun at 9:43 for this new moon Capricorn. We're not there, right? Like you're so close, but we're not there yet, right? But if you look at the Pluto, it's 1 degree and 14. We're at like 43 and a half degrees. So we're not there yet. Saturn's trying to get the fuck away from Pluto. Can't. This whole time. And it's got Neptune in front of it. So Saturn's actually stressed, even though essential dignity-wise, Saturn is one of the better off planets here, with Saturn being at +3, as you can see where my mouse is, right? You can see that Mercury and that Jupiter in mutual reception getting some points because they're in mutual reception. They're both in each other's signs, but let's be real, they're not in a good spot. That's where a human astrologer comes in. Not a good spot. Plus, they're both in square to Saturn, right? So this new moon is bringing up to where if you're trying to figure it out still, it's not about like figuring things out. It's about what's going to survive and because it's pure and it's got a future because your heart's still in it. And there's energy that, in many ways naturally is drawing you in because there's connecting synchronicities and aspects and things that don't need extreme fixing, right? So it's a good time where, especially Mars, Pluto deals kind of with motors, right? So it's almost kind of like, stop trying to fix the motor that's broken. Stop trying to fix the computer that's broken. Stop trying to fix the person that you can't work things out with. Stop trying to fix the thing that you will it's not finding a way. That's what this new moon's about. Making that hard Capricorn choice of like, okay, this isn't working. So is it better for me to stay here and try to fix it? No, right? Like it's not Pluto in Capricorn anymore. It's not about being a dickhead or something. And it's also not about, I need to be the biggest person on the block and make the biggest gains in my life. This is really a world where we're starting to reveal what's not working. And why are we attached to it or trying to fix what's already been shown that's not working? So now we get to that Mars opposite Pluto. And so we'll do it exact. So the new year comes with the moon in Capricorn. Kind of crazy. Last time that happened was 2006. No Pluto. In the sign of Capricorn. And again, to try and base life off of a New Year's chart is ridiculous because it's a calendar system that's not aligned with the planets at all. So like your 2025 isn't determined off of what the planets are doing on January 1st. It's off the March 20th, the zero ingress chart. Okay. Or the solstice charts, if you want to use that. And you don't go off January 1st. Like anybody doing that's fucking cuckoo. Especially for a year. You can use it for kind of fun. It's kind of like a tarot reading, but if you wanted to use that, right, it's like Mars and Pluto are in an approaching opposition extreme. So January 2nd, we see the exact opposition of Mars. It's going to be at 1 degree and 8 minutes. And we are going to see the exact opposition of Pluto at 1 degree and 8 minutes. So this is only going to happen once. Of course, we've already seen Mars make its opposition to Pluto already. And so we can look at the last one. This is the second one, but this one's the more extreme one because it's Mars retrograde. So the previous one was on November 3rd, and it was in Cancer and Capricorn. And that was also one of the last. Remember, I said Mars retrograde never opposed Pluto and Capricorn because every 2 years Mars opposes Pluto. There was no Mars retrograde opposite Pluto and Capricorn. So you have never in your life been through a Mars retrograde in Leo opposite Pluto in Aquarius. You technically are now also going to be truly like living the real like confrontation with Pluto and Aquarius, right? So this is going to bring up shock and awe to all of our lives that we've never experienced before. And the last time that this happened, you have to go back to 1886 BC. Right? So I'll do that for peeps. And it was back in February, if I remember. Somewhere around there. Oh, no, wait, no. It was all the way. Hold on. It was November-ish. No, it was in Capricorn, so it would be December. That's the opposite. So it's, oh yeah, now we're in, oops. Yeah, it was the beginning. It was the beginning. January. So this is, we're going to go through this transit, right? Like the sun in Capricorn will make its opposition to Mars in Cancer. This is 1886 BC. It took me, I don't know. Thank God I have a computer and thank God I have solar fire, but you have to set up solar fire a certain way. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, the last time that Mars opposed the sun in Capricorn retrograde from Cancer, and Mars retrograde opposite Pluto in Aquarius was 1886 BC. So that's almost 4,000 years ago. So I'll take these days back and go to the Mars opposite Pluto. So the last time that we had this transit was literally, well, we just had that, so we can do the next one. There it is. January 13th, 1886 BC. Mars retrograde in Leo, opposite Pluto in Aquarius. That was last time. With it going back into Cancer to oppose the sun in Capricorn. And what do you notice? The North Node, Saturn, Neptune. That's what we are in. What do you notice? The North Node in Aries. South Node in Libra. That's what we're in. The sun just a couple degrees off from where we're in. And what degree did Mars retrograde at? 6 degrees of Leo. This is the beginning of the 12th dynasty in Egypt. This is also where the cult of Egyptians were looking up to gods that were crocodiles and mummifying crocodiles. And this is also when hieroglyphics had changed to more of a different style of hieroglyphics that looked more writing based than picture hieroglyphic based. It was a change of a language like AI. Also the shift where in the tomb they found the UFO over one of the gods that were sitting down during this retrograde. Was when all that happened. Now, I haven't seen anybody say that out there because they didn't do the research. And so we are mimicking the last time. I'm gonna have to use a calculator. So like when I do your sun sign horoscope, it's like when I apply this, I'm having to apply. Sad, I have to do this in my head, or I have to use a calculator. Oh, come on. Let's get rid of that one. That's not, you can't see what I'm seeing right now, but I'll show you. Oh, yeah. And so this will blow your mind, right? So when that happened, there's been 132 Saturn in Aries rotations or transits. That was the last time. So we've been through 132 Saturn in Aries. Okay, think of that at 29 and a half years. But you have to watch my Mars retrograde class if you want all the gangster shit. All right, so if we do 2024 plus 1886, it's been 3,910 years since we've seen this. $3,910 years. 139 Saturn cycles in Aries. So if you divide, let's do some crazy math. So if like, okay, that's how many years. And so if you think of like the times that just Mars opposites Pluto is every 2 years. And we're not even talking with retrogrades, right? Just like, so that means Mars is opposed Pluto at least, because sometimes in the retrogrades it adds multiple times. So at minimum, Mars is opposed Pluto now. Let's say 2,000 times is an average since this has happened. And for it to have the exact same North Node Saturn Neptune, which ironically it's the same North Node Aries, South Node Libra, Mercury and Sag, Jupiter at 14 degrees mutable, where Jupiter is going to be at 13 degrees mutable in Gemini. Venus will be in square to the natal Venus of the Mars opposite Pluto, because our Venus will be at 26 Aquarius, and that's 22 Scorpio. I mean, everywhere I look, plus Mars just stationed retrograde, right? December 6th in Leo at 6 degrees of Leo. So we talk about when Saturn's going to come into Aries. So I should probably save this fucking chart. But you guys all know I do things in my head. So it's like the Mars, Leo, RX, Pluto, 1886 BC. Let's save that. What we can add now is go to the clock and go to the Mars opposite Pluto that we're about to have. Oh, that one's the next one. Okay, there we go. Oh. There we go. That Mars opposite Pluto, right? So just like for this to be back, I mean, if I'm going to use annotation here to help you. This is where our Mars retrograde is going to happen in the world. This is where this Mars was in 1886, 3,910 years ago. And there's Pluto and there's Pluto, right? So 5 degrees off, but they both did retrograde back into Cancer and make oppositions to the Sun in Capricorn, which we're going to have too. That the last time this happened was that long. So you have to realize that, and then here's North Node Saturn Neptune. Here's us, North Node Saturn Neptune. So it's really weird. because like that was the new language. The world also, like the 12th dynasty moved all the location for where the pyramid would be, and all the people moved with the pharaoh, and they all went and created 15-minute cities. I'm not even kidding. Like, he made all of the fucking people be slaves to go work in fields that had better fields, and made little cities by the fields so they could work in the fields, while he worshipped crocodiles. There's a lot of other weird stuff that happened, but my whole point here is that you've never even come close to this. And anybody out there that's just saying it's another Mars retrograde opposite Pluto is a fucking retard. Find me another one like that, and it coming back into Cancer, like we're going to see. Because that's going to be happening in this 2 weeks. So if we come back to now, and we see that Mars on the 2nd opposite Pluto, then the new moon, of course, is on the 30th, right? Then we come in this new year. Venus comes into Pisces on January 3rd, and Venus can't go much farther, right? So Venus is already slowed down to 1 degree in 3 minutes, right? Venus is always about 113 at its fast speed. So you've been seeing over the weeks, Venus slow down. And so like Mars is already slow. And so the last time that we saw this was in 1555. But the planets and where they're at. Okay. When Nostradamus wrote his prophecies and published them and gave us the secret date to use to understand how to do prophecy work of when these events happened, the greatest changes of humanity in the world will come. And we have to remember too that just already here on January 3rd, the North Node will be at 0 degree and 31 minutes of Aries. I'm using the true node. But what's interesting is we also are coming into the Draconic. It's not going to be until we get to 0000 Aries, which is coming. It's not going to happen in this 2 weeks, but the whole world's going to reset with all of us having the same chart in our Draconic charts. And so I can't go through every sun sign for that because it's more about your own placement of your planets and your North Node. But, you know, I just did a Draconic astrology course. It's pretty cheap. It's on High Vibe if you want to get your mind blown about your Draconic astrology and how it also affects you in the collective, and also what the world's Draconic astrology chart's going to be with a Mars retrograde dispositing it in opposition to Pluto and in Cancer. So as we get to the 8th here, sure, Venus is now in Pisces where it's exalted, but there's Saturn. And it's slowing down. So it's like, I'm going to try and soak this up, but Venus is going to be in Pisces again after the retrograde in Aries, which the last time we were in this Venus cycle was 2017. Okay, so you have to remember that the way and the events and the way that you started to feel about life. And what's really interesting is that's right when Trump got inaugurated president, Venus was in the same zone, coming into all the same shit, okay? Because Venus retrograded in the beginning of 2017 in Aries in the spring, right before the spring and the winter, and Venus retrograde went back into Pisces and all that shit, right? So it's like a reoccurrence of the 8-year cycle every 8 years with Venus. And then we're having a reoccurrence cycle that hasn't happened 3,910 years with Mars opposite Pluto. And this is also Mars going to be in alignment with the nodes and that North Node, which is dispositing it. But that South Node, so Venus also is going to quincunx that South Node. It's this is like this. These are all the telltale signs that everything's going to not just change, but everything that's not working and everything that's not in your life already was shown to you. It's just whether or not you accept it or not. And I think that there are people who have, but I think that there are a lot of people who haven't. There's a lot of people that still are focused on their past. They haven't let go of their past. It's about learning from your past, but not about trying to resurrect your past. It's about how do you focus on the future without getting overwhelmed, and remembering who you are and holding, your honest to God, like true courage. And this is a time that's going to take extreme courage. Everybody's going to have events of survival at the most extreme. And while the world is going to redefine itself completely like it did in 1886 BC, right? It was also at the same time, like that was the Babylonian Empire ending, Mesopotamia coming to an end, and the Byzantine Empire, right? It's a completely different world. And so, sure, you can use the North Node in Aries and Neptune and the Saturn, Neptune that are coming in, but they're coming back into Pisces. And so us getting off the old world into the new world ain't going to be easy. And 2025 at the beginning of it everything is like a tease, like trying to get to that. And that Mars opposite Pluto, though, is the bigger thing to pay attention to for sure. Because it's like, are you going to, and I've used some of the examples earlier, like, are you going to stand up like for what actually is real in your heart and not be ice cold and just try and fix something that's broke or do what everybody else is doing or try to be like everybody else? This is a time where what makes a rebel is Leo and Aquarius, right? Together. That's what makes a rebellion. And so there's a part of yourself that's having to rebel over this fake ass part of yourself. Now, if you were born with like a 0 Leo or a 0 Aquarius or a 0 Taurus or a 0 Aquarius or a 0 Scorpio position, you already know this. But anybody else doesn't. They haven't done it yet. You haven't had to have your big face off with being a rebel yet and having the courage to do it. That's why, it's pretty easy. Like, you're going to have to face the one thing you're the most afraid of, right? And the most thing that you're most afraid of is, can you really be yourself? Because now what's happening is you trying to be what the society and everybody thinks that you should be, and what you think you should be isn't. And so you come to who you actually really are and accepting who you really are. Because the problems are going to be like, well, I want, and it could be very repressed or subconscious, right? It's kind of like, oh, well, I want to be this. I want to be successful. I want to do whatever. But it's like, it's not that moment right now. This is the moment, right? So like, you have to take the moment as it is. So it's like, this is who you are now for a reason. There is no more, I need to feel good when I get to this place. I need to feel, because that Pluto Capricorn's over, right? Like, I need to already have built my life, or I already need to feel a certain way. I already need to have all these things. I already need to have been happy. I already need to have got the groups of people that know me, or got attention, or got all of that. You have to erase all that, and you have to come down to like, this is what you got here. Here's your sword. Here's your fucking arena, and welcome to the fucking crazy Aquarian Pluto. The world is not what you think it is. Humanity has a dark shadow that its followers, and it doesn't have a lot of leaders. Hence, look at our solar system. There's a one sun, and every planet is revolving around the sun and trying to act like they don't by going as far back as they can to look like they're their own entity when they're not. They're following the same orbits at different speeds, but they're all running around the same track, which is the Colosseum. Okay? And what's crazy is, if you understand your history and you understand the peak of the Roman Empire and its expansion and the games and taking barbarians from all these different Greek cities and other places in the world and that were fighting against the Romans and throwing them in there to say, hey, you get some freedom if you win, but it was all rigged and they all die, right? It's the same thing. It's like, it's one of those things to where the system that we learned of Pluto Capricorn has now brought you into Aquarius, where you're so focused on the system, you forgot that you're following what other people are doing instead of being your own unique self. Fully. Like, there is no route that anybody could follow my life to be. Nobody can be the Leo King except the Leo King. Nobody could have done it the way I did. Nobody has been able to copy it. Nobody could even try. So you have to be where nobody's able to copy you. And the head leader of that place where people actually are trying in order for you to pass this test, which many won't, because many will be like, I'm in the crowd watching. And what's crazy is now this is where the crowd has all turned into Pluto and Aquarius, right? Like, what do you mean? My job, my 401k. I mean, I got this shot. I'm okay. When all these things are about to fucking explode into the blood, the heart. Why is there so many heart problems lately? Why is there so many deaths from that? Or the CDC today came out and said, well, you know what? So many people have died of stroke after that shot. We're going to look into that now. I'm not kidding. Look it up today. So if UAC 2026 is going to require vaccination or masks, I'm going to sue them. For endangering the lives of people. Because some astrologers got to stand up to the fucking crazy ass astrology community that's gone into that. But you have to look in your own life. What is that thing that you're afraid of that you don't stand up to? That's got a woke mind virus, that's got all these people saying what to do, because what's really crazy is that Mars and Pluto opposition happening at 1 degree, it's only 11 minutes off from where Jupiter Saturn met at 0 degree. Mars Saturn met. Mars Venus met twice. We've had so many conjunctions. Mercury Pluto. Okay, we've had so many 0 degree Aquarius conjunctions over the last 4 years that the power of this Pluto and Aquarius has turned into this. And it feels like you're going to have to find every bit of courage you've ever had in your life to go and face all of it. But really, the whole question is, do you? The question more is, did you go your own way the last 4 years, or were you a little bitch? Right? Because the only way that you can be the sun is that you're not trying to do what the planets are doing. You're not a planet. You're a star. You're already fucking, everybody's loving and hating you. Mercury loves you. Venus loves you. The Earth loves you. Mars, we don't know, but yeah, enough. But no, once you go past Mars, you get to Jupiter. No, I know too much. I know more than you all. Oh, okay. And then Saturn, I want to control everybody and the time and all that shit, even though the time's not controlled by Saturn. Right? So, and then Uranus, Aquarius, right? I'm different. I go to my own drumbeat. I flip over and I'm on my side and I make my own flares just like the sun, but I'm not a sun. By the way, I am a sun, but actually it's my son who becomes such a fucking dark person. I have to fucking I get taken away and I'm not. So actually Uranus is a horrible father. Right? The bad fathers are Capricorn, Aquarius. The worst. The grandfather to Jupiter who couldn't even fucking let his son be a good son. His son cut his nutsack off and took over. Right? And then Saturn, who fucking literally was fucking ate his own children. So let's be real here. Not good father energy, right? Cancer Leo, where Mars is looking after the home and looking after the heart. So it's actually looking after not the people, but the will of the people, the passion of the people. Where people actually are at in their real lives, not their fucking mind, not the hive mind. So this is also where you have to face your biggest demon of the hive mind that still eats away at you. Like, well, I'm not good enough because look at that person, or social media, or all this shit. Like, where have you stood up? Unless you have planets that have been at these degrees that have been hitting you like a motherfucker, guaranteed you haven't stood up much. Guaranteed you went with the fucking flow. And if you didn't go with the flow, you didn't, but you still are kind of like, well, where do I go next? I didn't do that, but I didn't, you know. You have to find your path here, and it's one where you have to face this. Are you going to go where everybody else is going? Because that's actually what the shadow of the world is now. I don't know if you remember, I made this one originally because this is a better depiction of it. Good luck. Right? Everybody's getting Bitcoin, right? So Pluto Aquarius. So Jupiter Saturn 2020. So 2021 Mars Saturn. So Mars Venus the last two times. Everyone's getting it. With Uranus and Taurus, which is the dispositor of Pluto, it's not what everybody has that's of value. It's what's unique, which is you and your own values. So your Bitcoin ain't worth shit. It's worth money, but that ain't worth shit. It's worth debt money that's been converted into a blockchain. It ain't worth shit. Unless you're obsessed with money. But it doesn't define who you are. So the definition of who we are is a deeper part of where we go against a hive mind. A humanity shadow that has created a repressed shadow of a hive mind. Because the last time that this Mars opposite Pluto happened, well, let's just show you how bad that hive mind was. Oh yeah, I have to go into the 2nd century BC. Here we go, and I have to go into 1886 BC. Yeah, okay, all right. Oh yeah. You know, the 12th dynasty starts his rule. Okay. And then the Tomb of Princess is now, okay. So I don't want to switch to a source editor. What the fuck? What? They don't have a 12th dynasty? They took that shit off ever since I've done it? That's crazy. Now you're going to have to watch my video. That's fucking weird. What? What? Simple English. Doesn't have an article anymore. What are you fucking talking about? Okay, I'm fucking tripping balls right now. Oh, well, worked there. Okay, all right. The order of its rulers is well known from several. Yeah. He just underwent the developments, including the reorganization of kingdoms, administration, and agricultural developments in the Fayum. The 12th dynasty was also responsible for significant expansion of Egyptian borders. Weird, Trump's talking about Canada, Greenland, and fucking going back to Panama Canal. With campaigns pushing into Nubia and Levant, the 12th dynasty is often considered the apex of Egypt's Middle Kingdom, but the Middle Kingdom spans the 11th, 13th, and 14th dynasties. But some scholars also consider the 11th and 12th dynasties to be part of the Middle Kingdom. And the rulers, of course, so 18. There was in between there was no ruler in between in the year. It was the end of Amenat II into Senusret II. Right? Okay. What's crazy though is Senusret makes everybody become field workers. And the hive mind is insane. So some say that there was a co-regency period to his rule with his father as his co-regent in that 1 year when Mars retrograde opposited Pluto, like us. That's weird. And the lengths of the reigns, right? Yeah, okay, all right. And let's go back to okay, that pharaoh built and completed a pyramid at Kuhun, which is exactly where outside Cairo. All right. And what's crazy, it was known as the Ptolemaios Hormos, ancient Greek, right? For Ptolemaic Egypt. So the pyramid is like this. Not your traditional pyramid, right? A big drone on a hill. It's made of mud brick, stone. So a lot of mastabas were found. It's a tomb that's flat roofed rectangular structure with inward sloping sides constructed out of mud brick, probably for the burial of personages associated with the royal court. There was this crown that was in there, and it's with a snake, a cobra. What's crazy is his obsession with snakes, cobra, and crocodile cults. We have to remember that this is also about cults, Pluto and Aquarius, right? So people are looking at like religious cults, but the bigger thing actually is the world is in a cult that they don't realize. Like, what society is supposed to tell me to do, and I have to do it the way it does, and I have to say the right words, and I have to say the right pronoun, I have to say the right thing, I have to, what's everyone else doing, or what's my community doing in astrology? I mean, they're all saying it this way, and they're saying the Sibley chart, they're saying whatever. Like, that's the problem. They don't give back either. They fucking use another, what's everyone doing? They're using Patreon. Fucking so takes 1 minute. That's how much they care. 1 minute. And that's how you're going to see who's got life. And we're going to be in a world where you're going to see very few people who are different now. And everybody who's the same. I'm the only one in this fucking building. I'm in a fucking corporate building at the new fucking studios, right? It's fucking nice as fuck. They're all gone. Everybody's doing the same thing. We take off. It's Christmas break and then New Year. And then everybody leaves right when the door is at 5. Everybody's door's shut. It's like everybody's here at 8 a.m. Like everybody's fucking the same. It's scary. Everybody's in the fucking Coliseum just like, hey, hey, hey. Back then, they all were in the fields doing all the work while he collected his fucking crazy gifts and fucking crazy shit and redid and moved and made this fucking new pyramid. And the town layout was like a 15-minute city, all based around the tomb. And everybody had to work to do it. These are all 15-minute cities. Okay? So he believed, so this is what he said in the village. It is believed to have been inhabited by the workers who both constructed the pyramid and then served the funerary cult of the king. The main function has usually been linked to the funerary cult of that Sensurat II, whose nearby pyramid complex had been understood as the main reason for its existence. Housing administrators as well as temple staff for the upkeep of the royal mortuary cult. The village is about 1.1 kilometers from the pyramid and lies in the desert a short distance from the edge of cultivation of where they were cultivating crops. The town was orthogonally planned. It was like a grid. 15-minute grid cities. With mud brick town walls on 3 sides. The 4th wall may have collapsed and been washed away during some Mars Leo person or a Leo who pushed the wall down and said, fuck you, shattered reality. And the whole town ran after him. He's a 5-1 manifesting generator and projected their fucking shit on him. The 4th wall may have, the town was in rectangular shape and was divided internally by a mud brick wall. Blah, blah, blah. The town contained mansions, medium-sized houses, and small houses similar to the ones in the western section. The mansions are located in the north part of the eastern section. There are 7 in total, with 4 along the northern wall. The mansions were larger than the other houses that most of the workers and villagers lived in. Mansions also contained granaries on one side of the building that could hold enough grain for the entire town. They are located on the north edge of the town next to the northern wall. So it's kind of crazy because people like, I said this, everybody's going to run to the fucking middle of America or wherever, the middle of the country and other shit over this last 4 years because they think, oh my God, it's going to go bad in all the city. That's where the 15-minute cities going to be. If you're by farmland, and that's where it's going to get really crazy is with all the debt defaults, what you just saw today, with the treasury yield going up after they cut rates and all this shit. And it's the first time that we've seen a split in the yields ever. Where are they going to get the money, right? The bonds aren't going to hold it. We're going to default on our loans. They're all due in the next 3 years. They could have done 20-year notes. They could have done, nope, they did all these really quick things to make it intentional 2025, 2026 to default on all of our loans as a country. So why? Because if you're by a fucking farm, they're going to take all the fucking property and all the values of the properties and all that shit. And they're probably going to, like I said, do a reverse mortgage, but not by age. But say, you're saving the country. You keep the land till you're dead, and then we'll take it. But we need this for whatever. So the major feature of the town was so-called Acropolis building. Roughly the same size as the other mansions. and is located at the end of the main street to the west. It's next to the 4 mansions on the north side. It was likely made for the mayor based on the seals and the seals impressions found. The platform of the mud brick building was carved out of stone that already existed. It was only carved down to create the platform. It rests above the rest of the town on this platform. All right. So this was a papyrus. So this is where the language changed. It wasn't the drawings, right, that you're used to seeing in Egypt, right? It's a different way of the language changing in the Middle Ages, right? The papyrus says that is the month 8, day 16, and a year 7. This date is one of the most definitive dates relating to ancient Egypt. Knowing this date has allowed Egyptologists to organize the Middle Kingdom around year 7 of his reign. So they were attached to boxes, vases, and bags, any of the markers. They have the names of the people who own the seals. The town was not only the place where seals were found, the objects of daily life. Okay. You got your cool backpack because you're doing what society's doing. Well, there's a bag of white linen unopened. You're eating healthy, what everybody tells you to eat, but the fucking king ain't eating any of that shit. The pharaoh ain't, right? Oh, eat your dried dates and peaches. That's all you're, right? A spouted jar, brown smooth pottery this was a box containing an infant burial. And here's where it gets fucking crazy. So in 2009, they discovered this, right? Near the pyramid of the same fucking pharaoh that came in during this Mars retrograde opposite Pluto, right? And this was in his cartouche in his tomb, and this is the one with the fucking UFO. So was it really the pharaoh that made you all become, I'm going to do whatever the world's telling me to do. I'm not going to do my way. I'm going to do what they all are telling me to do. Or was it the fucking UFO telling fucking the pharaoh what to do? While also bringing out a new language and how you do it, which is AI coding. So it's like weird. You're going to have to learn AI and know when to go against AI at weird moments. And you're going to have to know. So that's the balance of an opposition. You have to know, okay, there's good beings out there and there's weird technologies out there, and I'm going to understand part of it, but I have to know when I have to listen to my internal guidance. And that's not intuitive. That's heart-based. Leo doesn't go off what God's internal fucking, my psychic says. It goes off because the blood rushes in our fucking head and we feel it. Well, especially as 0 Leos, we fucking feel like a lion ready to fucking go insane with fucking, whether you want to call that love or whether you want to call that rage, whether you want to call that fucking passion, I ain't listening to no UFO fucking droned out, vaxxed out, frequency fucking controlled fucking woke mindset fucking world. And we're at that point because they all followed the cults. Some mummies even contain almost all of the funerary equipment from when the person first died. Multiple mummies also had Egyptian gods depicted on their sarcophagus, like Horus. Because remember, it was a Ptolemaic Egypt. So there's going to be the few that know and go their own way. And those are going to be the pharaohs and the kings. But there's also the weird thing of like, maybe they know, or maybe they go against, or maybe they work with. That's going to be the weird thing with extraterrestrial or a deep hidden part of this weird world. And then there's going to be those who are lost in the cults that are building the new way and don't realize it, right? So like what's going to happen when, and I'm not bullshitting you, and that's why I'm doing a Leo King Live for this, right? So like zero hedge, right? Okay. This is what you miss on High Vibe all the time. This is what I do all the time. But like, you know, YouTube, you don't deserve me because I'm worth my value on High Vibe. But you can get me for literally $99 right now up until January 1st for the whole year, and it will continue for that way, or you can cancel at any time. It don't matter. But we're literally, you got till January 1st. I'm doing this. I haven't brought it out. I haven't brought it out for 4 years. 1 year, $100 till January 1st. That's it. And we're a full-blown real app with community. You can follow people, post your own videos, pictures, be in multiple of the fucking groups, live chat, just here like on YouTube, everything. It's fucking even better. Might have actually retweeted a part of it on X. Look at that. China's 6th gen fighter, White Emperor, takes to skies. White Emperor. Oh, this shit's going to get crazy. Let's not forget Aries is about war. And this Mars retrograde in Leo opposite Pluto is also like, who's going to be all the people who go to war? And who's going to be the people who don't? This is over the next 3 months. I did a special called X Event where March 17th, 2025 begins the convergence of all moments that we've all waited for. And if Timothy Leary was alive, but especially if Terrence McKenna was alive, taking his time wave zero model and taking I Ching, but also taking Nostradamus and John D work that I've done over the last 3 years, and I've predicted the date. The beginning of a crazy convergence that's beyond mind-boggling for the world, making sure you end up in the right spot. It's actually this moment that begins it, this 2 weeks. Here we go. Right here. This was earlier today. The first time in history when 100 base points of rate cuts raised 10-year yields by 100 base points. Has ever happened before. It happened today. So you lower it, then it goes higher. The Fed may next year reverse half to 3/4. Just when you thought the Fed had things under control, they cut rates by 100 base points, and watch in awe as 10-year yields jump by the same amount. Bravo, Fed, for proving once again that your economic crystal ball is as clear as mud. We are in the worst economic moments of our lives without realizing it, and that's the other thing about Pluto in opposition to Mars. Is Mars retrograde here is going to help be honest and bring light to the dark cult of money. Pluto deals with money and debt, and it's in Aquarius now, and it's controlled by a bunch of people, and it's not one group. It's a bunch of groups. So anybody thinking it's just one group is a fucking retard. It's a bunch of groups of people. And all these groups of people have fucking literally never given you the way to get out of debt. They never put in enough money that they loan out to the world that could ever take down the debt with the interest. There's no way to pay off all the debt. So when anybody says they're paying off debt in your own life, you don't. Because you're always in debt. And the world's always in debt. And the government's always in debt. And there's no way to pay it all off. Because the money supply doesn't have enough money to pay off the debt. So where are you in your life like that spiritually? You're in debt with being somebody who you don't want to be. You're in debt with continuing to be in the world the person that you know is just like everybody else, building a fucking tomb for other people to go mummify themselves and try and go to fucking the aliens and live their good lives. And you don't have that courage to disengage and also engage at the same time. Engage with the cult and not be the cult. Be your own path. I've waited for this moment my whole life in astrology. And you know what? I think that you all should be too. This is the first moment that you've had to choose whether or not you are going to follow what everybody else does or not. And so if you're just like somebody who is online like, look at, they're doing that, that's cool, you've already lost. What's inspiring is to do something that nobody's done. What's the trap now is to try and refer to yourself as like, well, so-and-so's doing that, and so-and-so, and somebody that I think is better than me is doing that. You've already lost. You need to be at the place in your life where you're like, motherfuckers ain't doing what I'm doing because they don't got it. But we are in an economic crisis that not Bitcoin is going to solve. Something we don't even know will solve it, because the only thing that will solve it will be you and your uniqueness, that especially in a world of robots and AI, you have to be part of that understanding of it and know when to be into it. But you have to be so courageous to be what cannot be replaced by a robot or AI in your job, in the way you are as a person, making sure that you didn't fall for the spell over the last 4 years, because the last 4 years spell is coming to haunt. That's the other part of this Pluto and Aquarius, right? And this Mars opposition is, it's the confrontation of all the transits that happened at 0 and Aquarius over the last 4 years. And then you add 1886 BC. And then, and I'll just do it for people right now, the last cult that had to go through the flip of this. So in life, there's a coin of everything. Astrology is a coin. There's heads and there's tails, like the nodes. So we have the north node, the head of the coin, moving to flip to the south. Declination. That's the southern signs on the southern cross. Right? So the north node's about to leave the heads. And that's what's weird, is because of the precession equinox and also the way that the nodes move, they move the opposite direction of the planets. So the last time that we saw this all happen was in 1939. And it was literally in July, and it was in August, right before World War II. And so Mars retrograde, Capricorn, there's Pluto at 1 Leo. Okay? So let's go back to that Mars that was in Aquarius at 1 degree. So it opposed the sun, exactly how we're going to have, but it was flipped. Sun Cancer, Mars Capricorn retrograde, flipped for us. That's coming up. And in 1886, flipped. Then Sun, Pluto will be at 1 degrees of Leo. Guess where the Sun-Pluto opposition is going to be? At Aquarius finally, January 21st. This was July 25th, 1939. And what did Mars do? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's too far. Hold on. Mars opposed Pluto at 0 degrees. Mars retrograde opposed Pluto at 0:53 in square to Saturn, ironically enough. That is the flip, and then coming into the other signs that are opposite, and the same thing playing out. That you have both sides of the coin now of World War II's beginning, because when Mars finally came direct, okay, there it was, August 23rd into 24th of 1939, within 6 days, World War II begins. With the nodes about to leave another Mars ruled sign as the North Node and go into a Venus ruled into Libra and flip. So it's also the flip. And a North Node Saturn we're coming into, and that was a South Node Saturn. We're at the exact flip of World War II beginning. So anybody here, anybody on this astrology community, internet or tarot community that is trying to fluff you up and tell you, no, Leo King, we are in control. We're not going to go through anything like that. They don't have any evidence for you. What's beautiful about spirituality is that God gave us evidence and how to prepare. And that's what Nostradamus taught, is how to prepare. So John Dee taught, is how to prepare. The great astrologers have always taught. And there's only very few names in astrology that make it through, when even there's hundreds of them. And it's because it's the ones that speak the truth and say what's going to fucking happen. So if you flip to us, the big days, of course, is that Mars retrograde will come back into Cancer on January 6th, ironically enough. And that's going to be a weird day because that's going to bring up so much crazy shit because Mars was in Taurus during January 6th, 2021 and squaring over to where that Pluto at 0 point is and the end of Capricorn and the beginning of fucking Aquarius, and now Mars is at the beginning of Leo, and that's where Trump won the election. Just now, Mars went into Leo November 5th. It had just been in Leo, was at that first degree, and then now the retrograde's coming back in January 6th and something here, and it will be the opposite. It'll be exactly what, not Trump, but the Democrats are going to try and pull their own weird January 6th, and not in the traditional way, but their own creepy way. So our Neptune Pisces civil war is getting warmed the fuck up. And North Node is at the 0 point where Neptune was, and there's Neptune closing in on that North Node. and the moon's crossing it on January 6th. Both. It's recurring the Civil War. And there it is, the Democrats all over again, which I told you all would happen. And I said it'd be the end of the Democratic Party. And what have you been hearing in the last 2 weeks? This is the end of the Democratic Party. All the donors are leaving and saying it's a, what is it? A cult? I thought so. What's her name again? Linda Lee, cult Democrats. And she is the one that was one of the biggest donors. DNC powerhouse fundraiser announces exit from Democratic Party following attacks. It's like leaving a cult. Just 3 days ago, December 23rd, 2024. Did I not tell you this was going to exactly happen on in my video about the election? Or for the last fucking 5 years, 6 years? Every fucking week I told you this would happen. But no, this has been my Pluto opposition. People just don't want to believe the Leo King. That's just, no way. Or that Lindy Lee says she was ostracized from the party and labeled a whore after criticizing Kamala Harris for spending $2.5 billion and nobody knows where it is. And she raised hundreds of millions of dollars and her donors want to know what the fuck is going on. And I already know there's going to be people like, oh, here's Newsweek. Controversial ex-Democrat says Trump team more humane to her than DNC. The prominent Democratic National Committee fundraiser, Linda Lee, has announced her departure from the Democratic Party, citing a toxic internal culture and backlash over her critiques of Vice President Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. In a series of media appearances, Leah has claimed that the allies of Donald Trump have been more humane to her than the former party. Newsweek has reached out to Lindy Lee, Donald Trump's spokesman, and the DNC for comment. Why it matters. Lee likened her exit to leaving a cult. Well, what did I just tell you the last time that Mars and Leo retrograded Pluto and Aquarius and went back into Cancer with the sun in Capricorn that would oppose Mars retrograde in Cancer was in 1886 and the cults of the 12th dynasty that were about the fields. And the North Node at 0 Aries and Neptune on its way into Aries now and Saturn, but let's just use Neptune. 165 years ago in this election cycle was the end of the Democratic Party and the beginning of a civil war from Democrats who tried to fucking steer the country in a completely different direction and would not accept the results of the election because they didn't like and they thought that Abraham Lincoln would do crazy shit. He didn't even do crazy shit yet. He didn't even say he was going to fucking end slavery. He was going to end it in new territories. And they thought they before even him, he never even said he was going to do it. And they just, and what do you see Governor Newsom doing right now? What do you see the Washington governor doing? What do you see the Illinois governor doing? We're not going to listen to the federal government. It's exactly what the Civil War said. So this cult is the Democratic Party. If you're still part of it, talk about leaving a fucking cult, and you have to be a gladiator because you're going to get attacked. One of the most prominent DNC fundraisers. Her whole life in that party. And hundreds of millions of dollars that she raised. And they fucking said, you're a whore. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit for leaving. Democrats have a stench of loser hanging on them. As soon as I said that, there were boycott campaigns against me, unblock, unfollow campaigns. This is Mars retrograde in Leo opposite Pluto and Aquarius. You have to have the courage to leave the cults, if you've been in the cult, where the stench of loser has been. And the people who have been crazily coming up with all these radical shit that's against humanity. I lost tens of thousands of followers because I dared tell the truth. That's actually what I've been through for the last 3 years with my Pluto opposition to my sun and Leo at 0. Lee's decisions seem to be an emblematic of growing discontent within the party, has provoked sharp backlash from current members. It has also sparked broader conversations about the Democrats' future. Despite the criticism, the optimism about the incoming Trump administration, she noted tech billionaires Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos donating to Trump's inauguration and suggested that a new era of prosperity might be on the horizon. Grifter Lindy Lee has announced she's leaving the Democratic Party. How long until she's wearing a MAGA hat? The Dems got pinned as the status quo party on inflation, instability, insecurity, and every other issue facing working people. Trump was the change candidate in a year when 65% of the people thought we were on the wrong track. And his inauguration day is on the day before the Sun-Pluto conjunction that will start the Aquarian transit and be the opposition of the beginning of World War II's beginning of the Sun-Pluto at 1 degree of Leo. And the Civil War transit at the same time. So, and continuing jobless claims hit 3-year highs as initial claims hold near 7-month lows, and the Biden administration lied all of 2024, and they're going to have to redact the whole entire spring into summer, 3 months straight, where there was no job growth, and they lied and said there was millions of jobs. There was none. It's all being taken back. Then they lied on that. So, and I said that shit forever, and again, welcome to my life. People not subscribing and unsubscribing and talking shit. And they were in a fucking cult and they didn't even want to admit it. The Fed is cutting, so why are mortgage rates going up? Because the yields are going up. You've never seen that before. And the inflation's horrible. And the debt's too high. So they warmed you up with drones to get you ready for a war, to get mad at something. So January, and I guess the last thing I'll share is, and this is fact, not fiction. I will play you the fucking video if I have to. It was a story today on the Hill, right? Congress has the power to block Trump from taking office, but lawmakers must act now. So I'm going to play this. I'll be back in 1 sec here.
From you very quickly. What can be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress. So it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025 to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in Civil War conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that, what can be put into.
That's Jamie Raskin, the Democrat. And He's not bullshitting. And the astrology of January 6th is literally good luck. You think this is going to be a stable world? How about we just do this? Let's just take January 6th and let's go to 2021. Mars, 29 Aries, and this is at midnight. So let's just go hours and let's just go. Okay, that's about noon, 11 a.m. 1. Boom. The moment January 6th happens, Mars, 0, Taurus. And there's that Saturn and Jupiter that just met at 0 Aquarius. So Mars is squaring that, and everything that's been at 0 Aquarius, 0 Aquarius, 0 Aquarius. Building the cult of the crazy fucking shit, right? Mike Pence not fucking had the power to do it, and then they rewrote the fucking Constitution to say now the vice president can't question the electors, which was written in the fucking Constitution for him to be able to do. But he did it, and they lied and said, oh, he can't. And then why would you make a law saying he can't now? You've been conned at the highest level, okay? And you're going to have to wake up at this. This is like, whether it's Daniel in the lion's den, this is beyond just Democrat energy. This is all of the world and all these things that just don't ruffle the feathers and try to keep it all together to be a fucking crazy ass, like, don't be your own unique, passionate self. Don't express yourself. Be like everyone else. Look like everyone else. And all the celebrities and TV, they're not Leo, those celebrities are all Aquarian. And I'm not saying by sign, I'm saying that they all do the same thing. Well, look at me. I'm at the Grammys. I'm at the Oscars. Oh, look at me. I did a show for the football. Oh, look at me. I was at a Diddy's party. Oh, look at me. Look at me. I dress like pharaohs. Look at me. Look at me. I do that. We all are doing the same thing. Look at me. I make a joke on SNL. Look at me. I do that. They all do the same thing. What's crazy is this Mars retrograde opposite Pluto is multiple days, right? It's the fucking 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, into the 6th, and it ends on January 6th. And on that day is going to be this moment where are the people who are crazy that are left over are really going to try and do exactly what they were the ones who set it up anyway. And the FBI just finally admitted there was all these fucking people that were confidential informants, right? That were dressed up as fucking Trump people who broke the windows and shit. Fucking, okay, so like, where do you really think this is about to go? Mars, 0 Taurus. Let's go back to 2025 now. Mars will go into Cancer. And remember, that'll be squaring the Aries 29 spot it was at, but it will be in Leo in the hours prior, opposing Pluto. January 6th, 1 a.m., 4 a.m., and changing signs again at the same square point. Fucking hold on to your fucking... Hold on to whatever you can, because there is no more structure that's safe. The mailbox, the fucking nothing. The world is going to turn, and this is just the beginning. This is just the very beginning. Then the 7th, Mars is in Cancer fully. The sun's starting to get ready to oppose Mars. So that's going to be that midpoint. And that's the actual Earth getting ready for its passage of Mars. It means we're going to be the closest to Mars in these times. And it's Mars in fall position. Venus and Saturn getting closer. So this is not going to feel like Venus can offer. Slowed down with Saturn. And in 1555, when Nostradamus wrote the same shit, Venus in Pisces, Saturn in Pisces, on their way into Aries for Venus to retrograde in Aries and meet with Saturn. And Pluto at the beginning of Pisces. And Mars ready to retrograde, and Mars ready for the opposition as well. And we just had Mars opposite Venus, right? So this is the begin. So Nostradamus gave us all the clues. And if you look at the helio chart of this, I did this in Deep Astrology this week, it's the same. And I put Deep Astrology out on YouTube actually this week. I'm literally using Christmas week to give you all the best I can to take it if you want. You don't have to join High Vibe, but I'm also giving a huge offer on High Vibe so you are well understanding 2025. So you don't keep following people who are bullshitting you and giving you the crap out there and telling you, nah, yeah, and then not giving you the specifics of what's going to happen. I literally, everything I have said and I've shown, I've said was happening this whole time and will happen, and boom, 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 boom. And I'm not just saying it because I'm making it up because I follow Fox News or something. It's all put on Reddit out there. Sorry, I don't even watch Fox News. I don't even watch any of the news. The news is already happened first in my astrological prediction before it becomes the news. It's very easy to use history and astrology. It's very easy to go backwards to understand forwards. You know, and Nostradamus taught us so well, but people don't want to go into this work. They don't want to see this. How could I just literally switch it to 1555 and show you, oh, there's Venus and Saturn, and go back to where we're at, 2025. Right? Like, I did that, right? It's not like I'm just like popping that shit off in my fucking randomly. That's astrology. And so we end on the 8th, which I'll be covering here, with this North Node about to leave Aries, Venus and Saturn within a 10-degree orb. Sure, the Sun sextiles Saturn this week. Stability for a moment, and then massive instability. Mercury still in Sag, and Mercury will also be square Neptune during January 6th. So you want to talk about fucking confusing? Mercury square Neptune on January 6th. And what's crazy is the whole Mercury retrograde, which was at 22 degrees, back to 6 degrees, never did get up to square Neptune. So this is Mercury square Neptune, direct with Saturn and Venus all there, and the North Node coming towards there, the Moon in Aries, and this Mercury is already so confused with Jupiter retrograde in fucking Gemini. It is going to be like chaotic, to say the least. This is why I said not one team of the election is going to be happy. Democrats, we already know, are unhappy. This is going to be where Republicans are going to be like, what the fuck? So, but on a more massive scale, I mean, this is, if you look at Russia's chart, they're a 0 degree Leo ascendant. China's Aquarius ascendant, early degrees. This is going to fucking be world renowned. And, you know, as we get into 2025 does not start the way you think. It is about, do it again, you facing the ugliest part of humanity that's a hive mind, that is naive, that falls for so much shit, and that clinches to save itself in its worry about what other people think. So how does this play out for every sun sign? Because there's so much, I have to keep it very easy and condensed to, like, you know, like, best I can here. Aries. Well, Aries, this is your moment in your life where this new moon's about that you're not in control, but you have to let destiny make its course. This Mars opposite Pluto is what you really want. You have to ask yourself if your heart really wants it, or this other part of yourself that's like this idea that you think the world would be better if you were there, but you'll only be happy once you get it. Meaning you're chasing something that will bring you happiness, and it's only that thing that will give you happiness, and that's the problem. You're going to have to be confronted with finding happiness the way things are right now, and for anything to even start to turn the direction that you want to. The fact that we have Mercury that's still in Sag right now, like every belief system, and with the square to Neptune, with Mars that's going to come into Cancer, your 4th house, you're not going anywhere in the successful part that you think. You have so much stuff in your own heart and happiness that you have to fucking almost be like put in the mud, like faced with, of like, you have to like what you already got now. You have to be comfortable with what you are now and find the epic part of this journey now instead of when you get someplace. And let's be real. Saturn, Neptune are in Pisces, and the North Node's getting ready to come in there. And this North Node's finishing in Aries, and Chiron's coming direct in Aries. Like, this is like humble pie city, right? Like, you're so focused on the future, you forgot about now. You forgot about what you have now, and what if it doesn't go the way that you want it to go, or what you're going for. You have, like I said this months ago, but you have to not plan for A working, or plan B, or plan C, or even plan E. It's the one you're not thinking about yet that it's going to go. Plan G. And so like that, like this really is going to be about you realizing that no, the more you push, the more it'll repel. The more that you're trying to get in with certain people, you're going to become annoying. That's what happens with Mars in opposition to Pluto in the 11th, is you're trying to show your light to people that don't want to see it. Because it's not beggar, but when Mars does come back into Cancer, it's kind of beggar. But in Leo, it's more like you're trying too hard. And so your lesson for 2025, I mean, on a basic level, of course, I'm doing a big special about all this stuff next week before we come into 2025. But one of your big lessons is the harder you try to get the attention of others to see you, the farther it's going to go away. And that you have to overhaul your whole identity in life to be what you want to be, and even take many steps backwards with all this Pisces, Saturn, and Neptune still before you get where you want to go. And it's about learning that you're going to be able to get there in the long run, but not by how much you're focusing on certain people or a certain future event that you need to have happen. The more that you say you need it to happen, the more it's not. The more that it has to go through, it won't. So it's like, this is a huge lesson of like, you're being like pushed into the most like sensitive part of like who you actually really are and what you actually have now, and why isn't it good enough yet for you? Why? Like, and then it's like, well, like, why are you only seeing yourself in that future place as the happy place? That's the problem. The ambitious part of you that was like trying to achieve and do something big, it was to impress. And then there was other parts that felt like it was destined, but it's almost like you have to take care of your home and your own happiness and your own space before anything will move forward. And when you look at the messiness of where that's at, you'll have an epiphany that will finally, it'll all start to make sense in this next 2 weeks. But don't be planning on the breakthrough of that thing you're so almost obsessed with or trying so hard. So wherever you're putting so much energy to get something to change or to fix, and then if I were to fix that, everything will make me happy and it will give me everything. It's not going to happen. I don't know what to tell you. If anything, this is a great time for you to chill and let things surprise you. The less you go after it, the more learning to attract is partly it. But this is like different. In the 11th house, it's not Scorpio, but it's Pluto's. So it's like, how do you learn to attract the people you want? Well, it's not by forcing people to hear you or like you, or right. You also have to like embody what you want other people to know you are, meaning you can't half-ass it and be like, well, I have this thing I want to be, but I'm really not it yet. You have to fully be it before people will see it. You know, so like it's kind of like the part why, you know, Aries gets that half-ass part is like, you can't just like mimic it and half-ass it with Jupiter and Gemini, mimic it and then like act like you're it. You can't act like you're it. That's the other part of the 5th house too. Is like, this is like where people see through the acting, you know? And then there's like kind of the weirder part of the story where it's like, what's the real reason why you need this to happen? And what's all the stuff behind that? And what's the reason why? And then that's the stuff that your lips are shut about, that the more you push, the more that people will try to unzip that and it will come out. You have to be on your most clean and narrow self and path. You can't hide anything now. And it's going to feel very vulnerable. This Capricorn season's not. It's a massive responsibility, and also an understanding of timing and knowing the timing's not with you with Saturn and Pisces right now. You're trying to do too much to get too far, and this is not the time for it. And remember, in 2025, Saturn comes back into Pisces. So does Neptune. So don't start putting yourself so far ahead of the game, and you don't even know who you are anymore. You're going to become like, your whole identity is going to be washed away, and not because something happens that makes you it. It's going to be washed away in Pisces and then in Aries, and to help you figure out yourself before you have to become it before it becomes to what you want it to be, you know? So I'd prepare for more of things not going the direction you want in order for you to find how you can do it on your own. And that's the test to see if it's really an act or if it's really real. So if you want something to be, you have to do it fully. You just can't kind of do it. You got the 9 of Wands. So I know you're defensive, probably even watching this, or pensive. You're also, again, it's very fragile. Like you kind of want to be this, but you kind of don't. You're unsure. You're a little actual scared, like what's going to happen. And that's the problem. If you're scared about what's going to happen, is it the right thing to be doing? Because you're so attached? Or have you gambled? So the problem with Pluto in the 11th house, people don't realize gambling. You're gambling. Whatever it is you want so bad, it's a gamble. And you're placing the bet that it's going to go through. What if I were to tell you that gamble is going to lose? Think about that one. That's kind of crazy. All right. Taurus. Well, Taurans, it's going to feel like an open field and you don't know what to do in it. That ninth house new moon, this Capricorn energy, this Mars and Leo opposite Pluto is happening in your 4th and 10th house. It's like, where do I plant myself in this big open field? And where does it have purpose? And then where is it going? It's a lot of questions without it being too questiony. This Mercury's been in Sag for so long in your 8th house. It's like you're trying to uncover a treasure that you have looked through every rock and turned over every rock and you still don't know what the fuck's going on. So one, it's like maybe you needed to start to define, things better. I mean, Mars coming back into Cancer will actually help you because it's going to help you be like, okay, like let's actually just like get back to some basic facts and what I'm good at and what I want. But it does feel like you've kind of overextended yourself as far as looking too far, trying to uncover, look under every rock. Things have shown up that have kind of defined where you're going, but you're still like, how does that look? And I think you're too focused on what does it look like for me in that position. So it's like you're just sitting around looking at like all these possibilities that have become too overwhelming for you, and you need to simplify it. And it's not that hard. Like you just got to put the basic starts to a place, and things can change over time, and you don't have to stay on that path forever. But I think that, for you, it's like find that simple thing that you haven't fully just said, okay, let's just see where this is going to go and make the adjustments as you go. I mean, we are in Jupiter square Saturn, and for you, that Jupiter in Gemini, 2nd house squaring Saturn, it's like you're worried about, well, is that person going to be there? What will that person think? Or is this person good for me? Or are they going to see my value or self-worth? You have a lot of these self-worth questions. Or is the money going to be there? Will these people be the right people? Like it's too much over calculating. Like really, you just have to get back down to the most basic, like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and we'll see how it goes. But you have to pick at least a path. You're wandering too far. You're turning over every rock, like I said. And I think that for you, it's also this fear of like actually being successful, because you've had moments of success, and then it's like the foundation falls apart, or the home falls apart. So you have a subconscious kind of like issue here of like the world will go to disarray, Chiron coming direct in your 12th. You have to heal and like realize the past is not going to repeat, because you foundationalize a place that you want to be, and you go towards a place that you want it to end up towards, that if it does become successful, it's not going to just destroy everything anymore. Like you have to get over this destroying and this fear. You might be investigating something way too much. You might be also like very silent. You have things that you want to say, but you could be thinking other people are thinking something about you with that 12th house shit that Chiron's waking up. But more importantly, all this Pisces 11th house stuff and square to that Mercury with that Mercury square Neptune. Like you're like, well, what are they? Like you could be misinterpreting people and the truth. And really it's more like, well, what have you been thinking, Taurus? Where have you been? Because other people aren't in that same space. So you think everybody's thinking about what you're thinking about, but nobody is. Because you're not talking about it. So get out of the trip, get out of the detective, get out of the treasure hunter, and just go fucking be a bull and pick the stable and start pooping there and milking yourself and see where the success goes from that you want to be. In all levels, friendship, relationship, all that shit. This new moon in the 9th house is now like, yeah, it's wide open field, but you've spent enough time and you've experienced enough experiences to understand you have lots of options, but it's time to narrow it down with that Mars coming into Cancer to retrograde, and get very specific and stop being afraid that, oh God, something bad's going to happen. If I become successful, if I start from this place, you got the Magician card, so you're good. I mean, I think, you have to remember this is like, you got to start somewhere, and you got to start, the magic starts at the beginning. It doesn't become magical and end horrible. If it started from a magical place, then it is. You have also dealt with a decade plus of where things felt like they started magical, but if you were to look back on it, they weren't magical at the beginning. You're magic now. You need to remember that. Uranus is helping you out a lot. It's positing us. So, all right. Gemini, sun rising. Well, at least Pluto's out of the 8th, but this new moon in the 8th here for you is, of course, the big question has been like, what do you really want in your life? It almost feels like you're kind of off the grid, right? But you have to become on the grid, and you can't be hiding off the grid, right? That's the worst a Gemini can do, is be Capricorn, the grid, but Pluto off. But Pluto's actually in Aquarius now. And so this Mars in your 3rd house, retrograde opposite Pluto, is the story of your life, and the facts are not lining up anymore. And so it's like, what do I commit to? Well, the big commitment now for you is that Mars coming back in the 2nd house. Like, what do you actually really want? But it's going to go against other people. It's going to go against what people want. Like, you're having to really test this whole forge your destiny and forge what you really want in your life. You're afraid to go for it. You don't want to hurt people. But the truth is that you're hurting yourself by doing what you don't want to be, being with who you don't want to be. The relationship questions have been crazy with Mercury, that's been in Sag this whole time and retrograded. It's been in opposition to Jupiter in your sign. Like, every Gemini ascendant is like so lost when it comes to where they align with people and their path. And it's like, it's not that difficult. It's just, you have to come back to like, this story is weird and the facts don't make sense. So it doesn't make sense. You have to let go of this proving you're a good person by doing what you don't want to do. You have to end this, you want things to be built in a comfortable place. And so you're only looking at the comfortable places you've built instead of the uncomfortable places. It's like you've forgot about those, or you're just like, well, there's been more comfortable than bad, but it's more like, no, you got to recheck that. So you're doing a recheck. You're having to dot all the I's and cross all the T's again when it comes to where are you going in your life? What is this story? Why is this story so weird? How did you end up in this weird, like every Gemini and Gemini ascendant in your own personal life, you've ended up in the weirdest place of your life. And this is about like, how do you actually like make a spiritual big choice? All this Pisces is really intense. But I think this Mars retrograde in the 3rd is trying to reawaken every Gemini to like, where's that fucking Gemini motherfucker? Like that just doesn't fucking put up with all this stupid shit and end up in all these weird places. And like, I think for you, it's like, you can't be afraid to be like, this is what I'm doing. And you take it or leave it kind of energy. And I think that you don't need to explain so much, because this could be too much trying to explain things with this Mars retrograde in the 3rd, opposite Pluto in the 9th, right? It's almost like you're trying to convince somebody through a belief, like you're trying to make people believe, and it's like almost trying to have people understand you, and that's the problem. You need to stop that. You just have to just go be what you need to go do. You need to execute what you need to go do. And Venus even coming into Pisces, it is kind of weird here with Mercury still in Sag. Like, this is to where it's like, where's this path really going? And it's a big question relationship-wise, you and yourself with Jupiter and Saturn in square. Who are you and what is your path? Like, it's more about you and your path, and then like who really fits into that, right? And you have to reevaluate those people because it's like too weird. You're dealing with a weird situation where somebody's not fitting in. And something's uncovered that's in you about something you desire, but you're too afraid to go after. So it's like, you have to have like those really hard combos where it's like, I'm not that into you and I'm into this, and maybe that fixes it. Or I need this more out of you or out of this, but I'm too afraid to say it, or you're just not really enough. And that's just the way it is. There is this like fear of bringing up truth, which is so weird to say to a fucking Gemini. But, you know, this is where you're blocking so much of your power and you're giving it away to energy that's not bad. It's not harmful. It's just not that strong. You're the one with the strength. The thing is that you're the one with all the strength and power, and you're like, fuck. You don't know how to use it anymore. And you have to remember, you didn't lose it. You gave it away. And Chiron coming direct in the 11th house is a big lesson in this North Node finishing in Aries. It always makes us feel like we become very alone. North Node in the 11th and Chiron especially. And you are. You do feel alone. I mean, you have your friends and the people that you align with, but that's not enough. And where has it become that? Maybe in love and relationship, a South Node finishing here in Libra, 5th house. This Mercury square Neptune, 7th house stuff. It's almost like it's missing so much, but it's friendly. And I think you forgot, you know, you have some fangs and they're thirsty. Kind of like being with a beta. Or if you're a male, with somebody who's too afraid to be a woman or too much of a man and as a woman, you know, it's reverse however you look at it. Knight of Cups reversed. Oh yeah. You're stuck and you're not moving anywhere and you don't know where to move and you don't know how to move, and it's because you're too emotionally invested in something you don't need to be so emotionally invested in. That's why it's so slow, and you need to start trotting emotionally in a new direction. All right. Cancers. So new moon in your 7th house. You've had Pluto here. You've learned a lot of lessons. Now we got Mars in your 2nd opposing Pluto in your 8th. And then Mars coming back into your sign. So this one's a big one for you. It's almost like this is a new relationship with yourself of you now know what's truly got energy and what doesn't, what's got value and what doesn't, but you have to actually execute that now. And it's like, you're on the fence. It's like, you're still kind of like, is that really worth it if I do it? Is it not? And I think that you have to actually draw boundaries that you haven't had to do before. And it's very weird. Like, you have to be like, you know, it's cool that all this is happening, but it's not cool that this is happening, and my value is not being seen here. You have to speak up for yourself, especially with Mars retrograding back into your sign. Like, you have to speak up, like literally for you, especially that Mercury and Sag in the 6th house, it's like, it's giving you so much of this weird shit. Your health has definitely probably gone through fucking hell in a handbasket because of the stress. Because it's like, you really are having to stand up for what you want, but there's areas too where you have to be like, am I receiving? Because like, that's the issue, is you give too much. So it's like, you've given plenty, but are you receiving enough? And are you actually diving deeper into your desires, or are you just continuing to like try and say, well, this is enough? And I'm like, the problem is that you're saying it's enough for you, and then you're not saying it's enough for what others do to you. And the truth is, you need to put the end to what others are not doing, right? Or put an end to what people are doing, and especially say what they're not doing, and bring more of that, and stop this, that you're not doing enough when you're doing plenty. And you need to start. It's like, the fuck's up in this shit for me? You have to kind of ask that to yourself again. You're like, what am I getting out of this? Whether, especially if it's your job, Chiron in the 10th, or in this storybook that's not a storybook. I mean, you're out of the storybook land now. Now it's kind of like, okay, it's not Disneyland. So now you have to start to kind of draft, what is it really? And it's by drawing weird boundaries and how that connects with people, and it connects with your passions, and you have to turn your passions on. And you can't, when it comes to relationships, be in things where you're blocking yourself so much. So there's a lot of like old stories that are dying right now in this reprogram and this refresh that you've never been through before. But I think a lot of it too is like, you just can't allow yourself to just be that part of you that's always just saying yes. You have to learn to say no. And then you have to learn to say yes to the things that you don't go for, that you want. That's weird. You always say yes to the things that you know you shouldn't say yes to. That's what's the problem. If I were to make it simple, you said yes to all the things you know you should have said no to. And you say no to all the things that you want to say yes to, but you always say no. And that's your problem. Yep, the 9 of Pentacles reversed. So yeah, you're not manifesting because you're not showing up how you want to be and attracting what you want. So it's almost kind of like you've put yourself off the market of manifestation, because it's almost like, I don't know why, but my guides are like, you don't want it. It's like you're acting like, I don't want the attention. I don't want to ruffle the feathers of things. It's like, okay, keep saying yes to things that you know you should have said no to, and keep saying no to things that you want in life. Like, how much are you going to starve yourself, Cancer? And I'm not talking with food, but with energy, life force, passion, money, and the self that you want to become. You have to remember that you have a huge overhaul with this Mars retrograde, and with Jupiter still in your 12th house, retrograde, squaring Saturn in your 9th. All your beliefs are being completely thrown out the window that you thought should be this way, it could have gone that way, it'll get better, all that's being thrown out the window. It's a complete overhaul of you now. It's about you. And you need to be selfish for the first time in your life, like big time. And you know what? Anybody who says like, you've always been selfish, they were the no that you said yes to. Leo. Well, this is a big one for you, Leo. Mars in your sign, retrograde, opposite Pluto. So this is like extreme conflict. Like, how are you going to be a Leo? And then how are you in your personal relationships? Got to gauge when to be ice and hot. Like, how do you be you? Like, I think that's a big question, is like, how do you be yourself and still understand the needs of others? It's not easy. I mean, I'll be personal, right? It's like, I don't even know, like, being a dad yet. Like, how do I DJ, do astrology, do all these things and be a dad and do all these things? And it's not like, I think the craziest conflict. It's more of like this battle in yourself of like, okay, what parts of the Leo in you come out whenever they can. It's not like they can come out 24/7 at all, and there's this part where Mars coming back into Cancer is like, you have some deep soul work to look at and re-look for the spiritual connection to who you are to help find out. So you're not going to understand it right away. This Mars retrograde made you go, okay, I'm changed, but I don't know how the change is going to go. And so if you look at just Jupiter square Saturn from your 11th to 8th house, it's like, okay, you know where not to go. The party with the people isn't the cool place anymore. But what is the energy of people that you can trust? And you have to know boundaries. This has been a time of knowing boundaries with Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces for the last year and a half, especially. Almost 2 years now. So I think like that's not the issue as much as it's more this deep reflection, like that will help you start to understand how you're going to come across as a Leo now. But to know it this week is not going to happen, or the next week, not going to happen. I think this Mars in Cancer will help because this opposition of Pluto is so weird. Like it's putting you in a place where you have to show up differently. And at the same time, other people can't push you to be something that you can't be. So you have to know where's that line to draw. So you're changing while also, what parts of yourself do you have to hold down like a fucking Leo and be like, no, that ain't changing. So that can become conflicts with, especially you have to look at family members because that's what Pluto is actually the ruler of the 4th and the 7th. And that's the first, people always think it's the same for every sun sign, Pluto in the 7th. But for Leo, Pluto rules the 4th and it's in the 7th house. So you have to start with family first. Okay. Like family members want you to be this way. And this is where you're like, no. And then other places where, yeah, okay, it could be that more. But you're not going to know all of this until this Mars in Cancer retrograde and Mars finishes through Cancer. We have to remember now that Mars leaves Leo. This is new moon, Capricorn, 6th house. Like this is you figuring out how to fine tune your life. And it's, you've learned with Pluto, the boundaries of like where it's over tuning or under tuning or not showing up enough or showing up too much. Like, so I think it's just like, it's okay to be in a fine tune and think of it like a long arc over this next like 4 months. You're just going to be tuning and okay, it could be a little bit more like that. And I can do a little bit more of this. I think, it's not going to, it's different. Like Cancers are going to be the one that spend the Mars overhaul. You're the one who got like a glimpse of it, but to really get a deeper glimpse on the spiritual side of it, to kind of like look underneath your identity a little bit more. And it's like, oh, okay, I need to do that anyway. And like, you're going to get a better view, but it's going to take a long time of adjustments to understand it all. And Venus in Aquarius leaving with Pluto, it's kind of like you've been there for a lot of your relationship stuff. And then you've had to be there for yourself too. And at least that kind of weird, not understanding how that all works is going to go away for a while, but it's going to come back hot when we get into April into May, when Mars comes back into Leo and stuff. So it's going to take some time. I mean, it can also feel that by the end of this week that it kind of feels like a big door is going to close with Mars retrograde in Leo. I mean, in Cancer. And so it feels like there is completions. I think for you, it's a lot of just the past ways you dealt with relationships or even past relationships. It just feels like you're completely severed now, and that's good. You don't have to go back. So, in many ways, you're moving into whole new ways of relating, whole new ways of being, a whole new you coming out while keeping parts of yourself and new parts of yourself that you're going to find through a process of fine tuning. And at the same token, there's still not a lot of relief. The universe isn't just showing up with like a million gifts or just every loan you need or everything, right? That 8th house is really locked up. But that 11th house is the right people will see, and you don't have to do much. You just have to be you, and people understand. The people who understand you will see, and the people who don't, you don't need to prove to them who you are. And especially in your one-on-one relationships, you don't need to prove who you are. That's the Mars retrograde in Leo is like, you don't need to prove who you are. You just have to be who you are. People see it or they don't. And so the people who don't see it, you don't need to prove it. And it's case by case scenario now of like who Who do you make changes for? You have to be careful not to make too many, but you also have to be careful not to make none. Well, Four of Swords. I mean, this is like a typical Mars retrograding into the 12th, like from being in the first. It's kind of like, it's time for you to get some deep spiritual reflection, you know, and you're going to lose some energy with Mars leaving Leo, for sure. But some of this reflection and some of this rest and some of this kind of like reflection on things is going to help you, you know, re-engage later on. So it's a long process, and just remember this is going to be a long process, and don't trip out. Faith is going to be a big part of it, and belief, especially with North Node finishing in Aries, Chiron coming direct. Like, you have to believe it's going to be good in the end of the day, and get rid of any negative beliefs, because you're usually not negative beliefs, but kind of hard when Chiron and North Node have been in Aries for so long, especially Chiron. And any battle is not worth the fight unless it's trying to change you completely or not allow you to be yourself at all. So you have to kind of gauge the war that could come up. Like, is it worth this fight? Okay, they're asking for this and I can do that. And then they're not asking me to change that. Okay, I can do that. No war. But if it's like, and then do you even have to go to war? Like, this is kind of where you just go, I don't have an ego to fucking fight this shit. Fucking fuck that shit. So you could be closing doors on people like that. There's a lot of doors closing that aren't in alignment, or naturally closing that you don't have to do anything with. Virgo ascendant. Well, it's been quite the run, Virgo. I know it's not been the easiest with Saturn, Neptune in opposition to you. Yeah, that's relationships, but we're dealing with the Mars retrograde in your 12th, finally getting out and coming into the 11th, but it's got to replace Pluto in the 6th. I do feel that for the first part, this first week, and coming into 2024, there is a lot of stress you're dealing with, a lot of anxiety. And it's going to come to a head. I'm going to be real. So you have to get the help that you need. And if you haven't gotten help, you need to. Because this has been a reflection on that you're not in control. And that you're dealing with other people and relationships that are making you feel like they're mirroring stuff about you, and they're mirroring stuff that you don't want to face. You know, the relationship thing is hard because it's like kind of the taboo place for you to be right now, because it's not great and it's not bad to the worst. It's like the Santa Cruz pier that just fell. Like, it's still up, but part of it fell off. Do we rebuild? You're in a kind of a quandary. What do I do? And I think you need to let go of the anxiety about what do you do. You have to learn to like fully embrace with this sun in Capricorn, this new moon, about loving yourself and like, what does love mean to you externally as well? Like, what, like, and realize, like, can you make it through the tough times, or is this beyond a tough time? Where's the understanding of what's tough and what's not love anymore? Whether that's to yourself or with a person. At the same token, this Chiron that's coming direct in Aries in your 8th house, you feel like you haven't received what you deserve. And I think that's part of the anxiety. That's kind of where you need to look more, is like, but it also could be very deep, death anxiety, weird shit, especially this Mars retrograde in the 12th opposite Pluto in the 6th. Like, you could be having extreme anxiety about your body, extreme anxiety about like a physical part of life, or even like weird fears about shit, ghosts, stuff like that. Mars in the 12th. You got to face it. There's something going on. The stress levels, the cortisol levels probably are extremely high within you. So you need to find a way to calm down, and you can't escape through alcohol or drugs. So you got to find like this Pluto in the 6th house. Like you've got to do the things that you didn't think you would have to do. And that's good, whatever it is. Like I didn't think I would have to go see a doctor, or I didn't think I would have to go get a therapist or seek help or whatever, right? Like that's okay. Your answers are in that place that you are avoiding. Or that you say, no, I got this. No, you don't. And if anybody asks a Virgo, like, is everything okay? And then they're like, yeah, it's all good. It's not. They're lying to you. So, and you can see because they'll start talking to themselves with Jupiter in the 10th. Like, no, I've got it under control. No, it's all good. Oh, no, what do you mean? It's like the presentation. I know. Nothing. No, don't worry about me. It's all good. Yeah, right. We all can see it, not fully, so don't be that nervous right now, Virgo. We all see it, but we don't know fully, but don't also act like nothing is going on. So you need to seek help in areas that you wouldn't before. And when that Mars comes in the 11th, it makes you rethink, like, how did you get here with these people? Why do you choose people like this? Because now it's going to be the first part of 2025 for the first 3 to 4 months here is going to be like, why do you choose these people? You choose the weirdest people. You choose the people that like kind of are last resort. So like, when are you going to actually choose like what you really want, but it's going to go against some sort of like way you thought life was supposed to be. So the problem is that you choose people because you don't fit them by people, you fit them by how they fit in the box of life, your rules, and the way that life should be, and that what you expect love to be like. And so it was like the perfect vision that was imperfect, and so you actually, it's never turning into the vision. You're like, what the fuck? And then you think, I should just accept the vision the way it is. It's kind of like, well, why do you have so much anxiety about it? Over everything. Why are you scared about weird shit right now? The stuff that lurks in the background, the things that it's more about the reflection of relationships and people you choose. So, and it's going to get very weird with Venus coming into Pisces and getting closer to Saturn. That with Neptune there and the North Node getting ready to come into Pisces, it's not going to just go away. Going to keep confronting you. 5 of Cups reversed. I mean, how do we turn that frown upside down? We get a clown. Well, I think the problem is that, gosh, this is coming straight from my guides. Like, you're dealing with energy that has no real, true, like, sense of like happiness. It's always pulling you away, some worry, or something's wrong, or something's not right. Like, can you find some genuine happiness and hold it for more than 4 hours without it being associated with something that you do or something that you're after? Just genuine, basic happiness. And that's going to be your gauge. Am I really happy? Okay, why not? And I think for you, this Mars retrograde and the 12th coming in opposing the 6th is like, you need to get way more specific about it. And it might be the weirdest thing you need to write down. Because you're smart enough to where it's all coming up, but I think you're like kind of like disregarding it. Like, no, it's not worth it. No, that's that thought, that thing, put it on fucking paper. Come back to it a day later, a week later, and it'll blow your mind. That's what this Pluto in Aquarius is going to teach you for the next 20 years, is that what you really don't think is the way is the way. And what you really think is minimal isn't. And what you really think is not minimal, right? It is not minimal. Or what you think isn't minimal isn't, and what you think is not minimal is. Good luck with that one. All right, Libra ascendant. Well, Libras, you're on the last couple weeks here of your ego. that's going to try and flare up with Mars retrograde and sextile that south node. Especially like, where am I in the world? Who am I in the world? And that Mars coming back in the 10th is about, oh, where am I with success? But it's Pluto in opposition. Like, where's that heart? So it's that flip. For you, the ice heart can no longer find its happiness by work and friendship. It has to be reversed. It has to be like, I have to actually like love like a romantic, happy love. And that's when I'll find success. Like, it's like really weird. That Capricorn new moon, it's like you've always blocked emotions and always tried to make emotions be a certain way. And you can't do that anymore. Pluto's gone. And now it's taught you so much that, you know, it's important to be responsible and actually show up emotionally and be responsible with emotions, meaning you show up. It's not about just how you handle your emotions in yourself. It's also by showing up emotionally, right? Because Capricorn is a cardinal sign. It's how we show up. And I think for you, you know, looking at this week, this big opposition of Mars leaving your 11th, it's kind of like you want its attention, its fame, or its success coming into Cancer, the 10th house. But if you don't know how to express your happiness in yourself, the universe doesn't give you friendships. It doesn't give you fame or notoriety, right? It's like, especially emotionally, like, so this is like about cracking open your heart and cracking open your emotions. And that's how you'll start to see benefits on the other side. I mean, Saturn, you know, hanging out in your 6th house with Neptune, Venus coming in there. I mean, I feel for you, it's like, this is like the work that seems mundane and boring to you. And your ego is going to want it so bad because that south node on the last degrees here at 0 degree, it's like, this is your big ego test. Can you let go of your ego? And that Mars is going to be hard in the sextile because it's almost like, no, I should go for it all. It's like, no, you should go for the thing that actually is like the most thing that you would not want to do, but it's the work on your emotions and the work on your heart and opening them. Right? That's what's going to give you more opportunity, and it's going to give you the connections in the world that you want to go. So it seems mundane and boring, the stuff that you don't want to do. And that's really the ego, right? The ego just only wants to do what it wants to do. But that North Node finishing here in Aries, Chiron coming direct in your 7th, the healing to your relationships. And then if you think of this Capricorn new moon and you think of where Pluto is and the opposition from Mars retrograde, it's in your 4th and 5th house. So it's like, this is about, can you be a safe place to others with your heart and happiness, as much as everybody has to always prove to Libras all the time that we're the safe people, right? Oh my God, you're safe. Don't worry. I love you. I care for you. Here's all my emotions. Where's your side of that to others? North Node in your 7th, which is about to end. And it would be sad for you to waste this whole 18 months so focused on your success and all that stuff without focusing on your home life, your emotional life, your happiness, and knowing how to express that. That's your key to getting in the next 6 months these bigger things and these bigger places you want to go in life. Because once that's good, then that stuff will go the other direction. Your card is the moon card. So, yep, you're going to have to stop keeping those emotions all suppressed and actually express them, and not the negative ones, but finding a way to clear the negative emotion and bring positive emotion out and crack open that fucking, you know, unfortunately, Libra, you have a cold heart, so it's got to be warm. It's got to be beating warm, okay? Like, people got to feel the warmth. And once you do that, you'll go far. Until then, everybody who's giving you like, oh, notoriety or everything are people who want something else from you and not the way that you want it to be seen. Meaning they want to fuck you, or they just want something else from you. They want money from you, or they want clout or something. They don't really want what you want them. So it's almost like you're waking up out of this egoic dream that isn't true. And I would hate for you to ruin this last moment of these last couple weeks of North Node in your 7th house with Chiron to do some really deep healing work in your relationships about how you show up emotionally and open up your heart. All right. Oh, Scorpio rising. I actually don't think it's horrible. I think this is just, it's very weird timing for you. This new moon happening in Capricorn, your 3rd house. I think you have a lot you're grinding in your mind. But I think it's this weird reveal about like you having to open up your personal life in very weird ways. Like the hard part for Scorpio is Aquarius 4th house. Everybody's got to know what Scorpio's personal life's doing, even though you try to hide it all. But people start feeling weird when we don't know. And with Mars retrograde in opposition in Leo, moving into Cancer, your 9th, your career, your story, it's going to turn in a really bad direction if you don't know how to open up what's happening in your environment and your personal life. It's almost like you kind of have retreated into, without you thinking you haven't retreated, but you've retreated into this really weird emotional space. And one, you could blame everybody in the world, and you can also at the same time be like, blame it on work or say you were doing all these responsibilities, 10th house Mars shit. But the truth is like you how are you going to, connect with people and communicate with people without it being about, no, I don't want to talk about this, or let's talk about that later, or that's not the story. This is can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec, let other people talk, and then just speak some truth and just speak, and then also let your emotions really find a way to connect with people and actually put out the feelers. Like you expect everybody to come out and feel you because you put out your spidey senses. Like, I want to be there for you. I want to love you. I want to connect with you. I want to be all this. And then you want people to just show up with everything. Well, where's you showing up with everything? Like, where's you showing up and spidey feeling, oh, somebody wants to know what's going on with me, without having to ask? Because that's what you want. Where do you do that to others? That's the big question. I mean, it's kind of weird, this North Node, Chiron coming direct in your 6th house. It's kind of like, yeah, you're kind of over. It's good to simplify your life, but I think that you're forgetting that you can get in tunnel vision for your own life, and only the people that are just surrounding you. And it's like, and that's healthy, but it doesn't mean that you still can't have moments where you connect or connect to people emotionally. But that's the emotional problem is coming up for you. It's almost kind of like, but what do I do with these emotions? What, are you just going to keep processing them in your head like you've been doing for 16 years? I think for you, it could be this fear of, you don't want anything to come and disrupt the scorpion's nest. And that's the problem, is that you're the one that destroys your own nest. Not other people, not other things, you. I think this will be a good time for you to kind of rehash what responsibility is. It's more than your job. It's more than protecting your nest. It's also having to, show up to other parts, to other people, to other parts of a story that you're forgetting about. So getting out of the narrow-mindedness, opening up your mind, opening up the story more in your life, allowing yourself to do more, and then also getting out of this kind of perfect idea of where you're kind of hidden, 12th house Libra. And actually it's the 6th house, but especially Aries, is where we are seen. So it's you're being forced to be seen. Let me keep it simple. And if you go the next 2 weeks and you don't show yourself to the world, and you don't show yourself to people, and you don't really reveal, something bad's going to happen. that will force that revealing to be happening. That's kind of a hard astrology to give somebody. I see that one in natal charts and stuff all the time, but it's like, that's kind of what's building for you is you've kind of gone off the grid like Biden. People will revolt. And so, good luck with that one. The more you hide, the worse it goes. Well, you got a complicated situation. You got a Five of Wands. You're definitely going to come into some conflict. And I think you're afraid of conflict. But the truth is you're the one creating the conflict by like kind of showing up when everybody's like, what the fuck? Or even a person or a friend or a partner or anybody is like, where have you been, motherfucker? Like, you're causing all these problems by not showing up. You got to get out of your own echo chamber. You got to get out of your head. You got to get out of your emotions. And honestly, I'm going to just say, because Chiron's coming direct in your sixth, like, you know what? Everybody deals with problems. Everybody, you could relate with anybody who had the same problem as you. It's not just you, Scorpio. Okay, so like your little healing issue here, it's like the more that you connect and actually you need other people around to deal with emotions. The more that you isolate with one person, it becomes dangerous. Scorpios with one person and only giving their emotions to one person is the worst thing in the world. That's where you burn down lives. That's where you burn down yourself. You are playing with fire and destruction because you're so separate and you're only giving emotions to one, maybe two people, but not, you are going to destroy everything. You have to connect with other people to distribute your emotions to where you play all the emotional tunes in different places. And then your wounds of your life and your health or whatever it might be is really relatable. It's not unrelatable. And that's your fucking South Node Libra bullshit judgment that nobody can relate with my shit. It's like, actually, everybody can. And a lot of people can. And there's worse stories than your traumatic Scorpio horrible shit that happens when you're at a place right now where you're so bougie now with all the Taurus, Uranus, and all this Jupiter and fucking all these big Taurus transits over the years that you are not even a really big Scorpio anymore. You're like a fucking play actor Scorpio now. So don't start telling people how bad it is when you're not even close. You already went through that shit. You're in bougie land and now you're acting like you're in the barren straits of fucking where no thing is left but you as a Scorpion. When the truth is come on, you're just a little too obsessed with one area to distribute your emotions, and they're going to go crazy, or the situation's going to go bad if you don't distribute your emotions enough. If you go into hiding too much. Got to come out of hiding. Sag rising. Well, I think this new moon in Capricorn is kind of a relief. It's been a little crazy in your sign, to be honest with you. But I do feel like without Pluto there, I think that you are feeling like you're missing something that you used to have, or there was something that you were always trying to attain and it's gone. But it's not bad. It's more like, this is now this distribution of your value and your energy moving into this whole new place with Mars coming to oppose Pluto now in Aquarius and Mars being in Leo. It's like your whole idea of the way that you thought life was going to be is no longer that, right? So you're having to relook at new beliefs and you're having to rewrite all your beliefs. And it's kind of like, wait, what? And it's all based off fact. And I think that's hard for you because it's almost like you've always turned the story the way you want to, and now the story is being turned by the facts that you have no control of, right? So it's kind of like you're actually being smart, but at the same time, believe it or not, you kind of like not being smart and outsmarting the facts in a weird way, like making everything will go the way I want it to go, in my belief, and it does, because you kind of like go, well, that's not really a fact, or nah, well, okay, it turned out okay at the end of the day, but that's not going to happen anymore. There's no more benefic moment for you left of like, well, I'm just going to not pay attention to the facts. This is going bad. This is not going good, and then just kind of be like, well, it'll turn out good. You can't do that anymore. Like, that's not going to work. Like, you have to actually execute what the facts are, and you have to be willing to rewrite the story. I think for you, you like want a new story, but you're also not willing to look at the places that are right in front of your face that are factually, environmentally not doing well for you. So it's like the one place you don't want to look is right in front of your face. And it's like, I think that you had too much attachment with Pluto in Capricorn of like this way of life, a person, a situation, the way you had like things. And so money has definitely been coming up, but now it's 3rd and 9th house. So it's all over the place. And then we come into Mars back into Cancer, your 8th house, and that Pluto, it's stuck there in the 3rd. And it's like, oh, that's weird, because this Mars in Cancer now is going to be about, what do you have to cut out of your life? And I think that for you, you're like, I don't have anything left to cut out. Huh. All the dark shit. You have plenty to cut out. You just like see the dark is good. Right? So Sag has to face this extreme, like, where's your comfort? It's a dark place. Right? So it's like you have to cut out a lot of dark shit that you're comfortable with. But remember, that's what Zeus has to do. He overextends himself. So like you've overextended yourself and you don't even see all the dark shit. You also have to remember like what is your passion, and seeing things from a very truthful place. Pluto in the 3rd, Mars retrograding into the 8th, out of the 9th. So it's almost like you're kind of like you were overseeing the path. It's like playing golf. Like it's a par 3 and you pulled out your driver and you're like, oh no, it's okay. Went way out of bounds. It's fucking all the way out there. I can just fucking make it back on the green. And now you've overshot that, and you've overshot. And the fact is it's not going the way you want to. So it's like, you have to actually now you're gaining too far. You're going way past par now. And now it's going bogey. Now it's going into fucking double bogey. And you're like, oh fuck. So you got to actually get back to reality in a way, but it's more of like, you've overshot. You've looked beyond things that you can't look beyond anymore. You have to look back at things in front of your environment, in front of your face. Mercury's still in your sign. It's been here for a long time, being like, you need to pay attention. It's a square Neptune. It's happening in your 4th, that you emotionally have been sidelining the truth of what's happening. And then Jupiter retrograde in your 7th house. Your relationship life is the worst place for it all to be playing out about you. So it's really still in that personal relationship place in your personal life, in your home life, and it's a mess. The only way you're going to figure that shit out is looking at what to cut out, and the dark parts of yourself, or the parts that are still addicted to passions or things, or even situations where you're committing where there is no comfort there, and there's a deeper, darker truth that you're not wanting to be true, but it is. Like the things that you don't want to be true are. Put it that way. The things that you do not want to be true are true. That's some deep shit right there. Oh, I already picked that card. Page of Cups reversed. The things that you really wanted to be yippee and positively good are not good. Or that you've always said are, that they're not. And the things that you thought were bad are probably good. Think about that one. Talk about reinventing your whole entire fucking value system. All right, we're on the last couple. I can't even believe I did this tonight after fucking Christmas and shit on the holiday, but whatever. Pluto opposed my sun. You got to show up even when the fucking darkness is everywhere, and you just got to keep going. Right, Capricorn? You dealt with that. Capricorn, I mean, this is going to be a little bit weird because at least Pluto's out of your sign. But it is your birthday time. It is the new moon in your sign without Pluto. So, you know, for yourself, you're going to have to disconnect from connection to outside people. You need to celebrate for you, not for what we do or me and this person. That's the problem. Mars in the 8th going to oppose Pluto in the 2nd. This is financial and commitment and overly connected to things that you've overshot the moon with people and trying to connect. And I told you this Mars retrograde coming back into Cancer is going to be like, oh, everything that in the last couple of months I was getting into with people. Uh-oh. And that's where this Mars retrograde is going to go. Uh-oh. In the 8th back to the 7th, it's like, uh-oh. It's kind of like, I'll get a little TMI, even though it's not about me, but it's like, did you stick it in when you said, I'll just, no, don't, I'll just put the tip in. Good luck getting out of that situation now. Because like, this is the week where it all kind of starts to unravel, but you don't unravel, but the things that you want unravel. So there's a big difference. You are Teflon now. You also have to own your value a lot higher now than you ever have. And that's going to be hard because it's almost like, but something that I like is so good and I don't want it to unravel. Don't fight to try and keep it unraveling in your life when you think it won't unravel. It will unravel. This is going to be some really hard shit about relationships that are not aligned. You need to congratulate yourself. Somebody's an agent or somebody's trying to style right or somebody's trying to have you go on their story. And that's the problem. And then guise it as we're doing it together. Huh. You know what? And I'll help you. Because this is a Mars retrograde in your 7th house coming in, because this is Mercury that's been in your 12th the whole time for the last couple months, while Mars was in Cancer, into Leo, while it retrograded, while it's now retrograding back into Cancer, opposing Pluto twice. I'm going to help you. In the next 2 weeks, God is going to reveal something so bad about a person that it will be undeniable for you to just be like, okay, but the question is, did you pass the Pluto test? Are you going to be like, yeah, fuck no? Or are you going to be a beggar and because you've been through so much and you don't want to go through anything again, that you're going to actually now be the one that actually causes things to go bad when now it's not the universe trying to help you like become tougher and all that shit. And it will most likely come during that January 6th through 7th near the end of all this. Even like this Jupiter retrograde that's happening in your 6th, square Saturn and Pisces right now in your 3rd. This is a lot of like, I know you're trying to figure out how it's all going to work, but it's really tricky and it's beyond tricky. And it's almost like nothing really is fitting anyway. So that stress should help you see through this. But for some reason, it's almost like the stimulation of it and the wanting to figure it out is kind of like enticing. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And really, I mean, if you think about this Capricorn new moon and the sun in Capricorn, it's about you. The sextile to Saturn in your 3rd. Like, you need to think smart. You need to listen to facts. And this Chiron direct happening for you in your 4th house, like, you need to heal your emotional shit, especially like this could be like trauma about your like mom, dad, like, you know, weird shit where you're trying to connect with somebody who's kind of like acting like that, or you're ending up having to be the parent for somebody who's acting like a kid. Like, this is where it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Hopefully somebody will show up and kind of speak to you straight, and you better not push them away because guess what? You're going to know they're an agent because they're not going to let you speak to the person that's trying to give you some truth. Oh, I can't make that up. Two of Cups reversed. So you're dealing with somebody who's not on the same page with you at all, and you believe they are. They're actually saying it in a way that you're hearing it wrong. They're saying they don't want that, but you're hearing it as they do. They're saying they're done with doing that one thing that they said they were done doing, but they're not. Aquarius. Well, how are you doing, Aquarius? Here, better yet, this was the one. That's you now. Welcome to Pluto in your sign and Mars and Leo to oppose it. Do you have the courage now to face some really extreme relationship situations, especially when it comes to one, with Mars going back into Cancer? Like, was this about a lifestyle or a real happiness and love? Like, and also with Jupiter retrograde in the 5th, like I said, the most dramatic love story of your life, this is where it starts to get the most crazy of all time. And also at the same time, this is like a big look at who you really are. So this is like the you that's not getting what you want, whether it's you're always single, nobody ever's around, or you finally found someone, or you've been with someone forever. It doesn't matter where it is. It's like, there's something that's not you in this. So it's like, you have to look at where are you not really fitting in really well. And instead of trying to fit in, you have to ask yourself, like, okay, like, Mars opposing me? Like, this is weird because, I mean, let's be honest. Mars rules your 3rd house. So this is about like environments, communication. And if it's so weird and off, I mean, this is like red flag alert. And the Mars coming back in the 6th house is like, you got a lot of shit to fix, and it's definitely going to be stressful to fix it because it's going to require your honest emotions. Meaning, you know, you can try and figure it out in your mind. You can try and, you know, logically find every solution, but that ain't going to work. It's going to require you to be like, okay, like, I'm changing as a person, and I changed rather quick out of nowhere. So I feel like the next 2 weeks for you is like, I was once a caterpillar and now I'm a butterfly. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm changed. So you're going to have like this profound, extreme change out of nowhere happen this week into the next week. And other people are not going to know how to handle it. And it's going to throw everything out of whack. But is it really throwing it out of whack, or is it just trying to actually whack out everything that's not in alignment with you and you move on? The big question is, are you going to move on where the universe is trying to direct you? Are you going to listen to it, or are you going to let somebody fight for you that you know isn't worth fighting for because you're already not there and you're not going to be able to change all that? The way you'll know, Aquarius, is because you're trying to be too affectionate. So you're already trying. You're trying to give too much love. You're trying to do it like as if it was like Romance for Dummies edition. And you're trying to like, can you like Chat GPT, how do I be better in this love thing? How do I express my love better? Like, wrong. Like, that's already like red flag. You have to realize you've changed. And this is going to be the 2 weeks where it's like, it's changed forever. And so that's why I told all of you motherfuckers, you had to close all your doors and come into this thing free and clear. Do you remember that? In November, right before the 19th, for those 2 months prior, especially that October, all those horoscopes, I said, you fucking close it all and come into this fresh and clean because it's going to get messy if you don't. Welcome to the mess. The positive would be that the sun and the new moon are in Capricorn in your 12th house, that the universe is helping you end things without Pluto. And so it's very like kind of a more graceful way of ending things. But all things will be revealed that need to be revealed, and things that are not in spiritual alignment. And it's whether or not you're going to try and do your old way of like, well, I'll just suppress it, or I'll just try and control it. You can't control it now. Or, I'll try and redirect it, or you can't fix any of this shit. This comes down to pure pheromones and passions, and whether it aligns or not, or whether it really connects or not. And so wherever you're trying to force happiness, it's going to come back more annoying, more of a problem. I don't think that your problem's being cold. I think your problem's being cold to the things you need to be cold to, and warm to the things you need to be cold to. And you need to be warm to the things that really you need to be warm to, which you're not. You're being warm to the worst things and cold to the best things. And the first thing is the wrong thing. The next thing is the right thing. That's the weird part of it. The circuit is popping on the first fuse, the first person. So you're trying to fix that fuse, but you need to trace it back. There's other fuses that, the universe is trying to wake you up about this fuse because popping because it doesn't have the same amperage that you need for all these other things in life that you want to connect to. So the first part of this Pluto is the destruction of the thing you are trying the hardest to not lose, or that you think is the thing, or the thing you feel responsible for, the thing that you feel that you're spiritually responsible for, the thing that you feel that you're putting as much as you can in, and you think you're doing a great job, but you are, but it also feels way out of place. That means you are, because you're moving on to a whole new you. Well, I picked that one, but it was the moon reverse, so it's like, you're really suppressing the emotional stuff, but we'll pick another one here. King of Wands. King of Wands, you need to stand up and be the real, true, happy leader of love, and the King of Love knows when to move on. Doesn't mess with little kids and doesn't become too obsessive. It doesn't try to fight too hard for it, and it also doesn't get involved with people that are too weird. So it's weird. You're a weirdo, but now you're dealing with the weirdo. I can't even laugh anymore than that. That's fucking hilarious. Aquarius, you've now really entered into the weirdo, and it's not you. It's you being weird connecting to the weirdo. Oh, that was a fun Leo thing. All right, last one, Pisces ascendant. Oh, I have been when anybody has Saturn in their sign. You still got Saturn there, Pisces, and Neptune's here in Pisces, and Venus is coming into Pisces in this 2 weeks. So you have to remember there's a lot of work on yourself, but you're going to start feeling the benefits. Like it's almost kind of like you've been building a cake and they're finally putting an icing level on the cake. Like, ooh, I'm not the icing on the top of the cake or around the cake, but like levels of the cake, there's some icing showing up. But this Mars retrograde happening in your 6th house opposite Pluto in your 12th. You know, there's going to be two typical Pisces. There'll be one or the other. Either you are still trying to escape reality and you won't fall in love with this life and you're trying to escape and you don't want to do the hard work to figure out how to enjoy this life. And that's going to turn into a very nasty problem with structuring your life, becoming yourself, and also self-undoing really amazing things. Or there's the other Pisces who's realized, especially in this last month, okay, there are solutions for me to fix my life and make it not just livable, but enjoyable down here. And I don't need to escape anymore. Mars coming back into Cancer will then be, oh my gosh, I really can feel comfortable with being happy. You have to realize that you can either A, move into this period where it really will start to feel by the end of this 2 weeks like you're really in the best growth that you've ever felt in your life and happy by not escaping and by accepting the things in life that you must do that normally you wouldn't do, that you don't want to do, but you know you have to. If you avoid those things, you will end up in a place where you are not happy already, you're stressed, you're going to explode a bunch of things, and then you're going to end up in a weird space, and then you're going to think that you're going to find happiness there, but you're going to be all in the weirdest place you've ever been, and to be honest with you, not comfortable and wish you hadn't done it and be unhappy and then tantrum-like. And then, you know, I think that we're in Capricorn, right? This is like learning how to deal with the world, dealing with people, dealing with your day-to-day life, dealing with, you know, you can't, there is no just call the person up who will figure it all out for you. Like, you can't escape because who's ever there is a vampire ready to suck your blood, right? Like, and take everything from you and not use you for anything that you would want to be used for at all. So you're at this, like, the better you stick to the work and finding happiness in life and doing the things that maybe might not be the most fun, but actually finding fun in it. And then that Mars comes to really help in Cancer, really start to bring in personal things that you really enjoy and creativity and all this stuff. I mean, I really think it's like, are you going to explode something or not? Now, if something is way out of alignment and not for you, it'll explode itself. So that's the thing. So if somebody tries to walk away or somebody tries to explode, like, let them. This is not about you being the fucking tinder to these explosions now. You're not the one lighting the bombs. You're not the one pulling the triggers anymore. I dare you to try that. And really, Pisces, tell me the result in 2 weeks. Because I think 100% for sure, if you can make that adjustment and really get through these 2 weeks and just put in the basic work, find happiness in the way life is, and stop trying to always find the escape or the problem or something's going to implode or something, or you need to find the next place you're going to next that you don't even know, which is kind of psychotic. Just stay in life and stay in the grooves and stay in the way. And if something's not meant to be, it'll explode itself, and not worry about that and not you be the one explode it. I guarantee you're going to see the most beneficial things start to happen in your life, that in the feeling of happiness you haven't felt maybe ever in your life start to become true. We'll see. I mean, it's really up to you. You don't need to make the crazy move. The world will make the crazy moves for you. You just have to stay in your lane, find happiness, and just do the little things that keep you on track and finding happiness in this life. And it's not a search. It's just the things that you don't want to do. It's kind of like cleaning, right? It's like, I don't want to clean it, but you know you should. It'll make you feel happier. Then do it. But in every other sense of your spiritual life, I do think that, you know, that Venus will come in and help. I do feel that everything in the astrology is really pointing to, like, can you really fully say you're cool here and happy here? And stop looking for this crazy place to find that will bring you everything you've ever wanted. That's kind of neurotic because it's not even defined. But it's like, let me find the place I can't find. Stop that. And especially, this is where if you can't enjoy the present and you're thinking more about your past, you need to cut your past out and stop thinking about your past, because it's just filled with every kind of crazy scenario that turned out bad. And that's why you're unhappy. It's because you're trying to then compare your present to your past. Your present's good. Stay in the present. Stop referring it to the negative past. Let it go. Don't have any connection with anything in the past. Anything that tries to spring up Uranus-y wise, right? Because with Pluto and Aquarius, just be like, nope, don't answer the phone, don't answer the email, don't answer the social media, nope, especially the Sun in Capricorn with all these people, right? There's gonna be people that are gonna be like, oh, Pisces, look at you. Shut the fuck up. I know what your past was. I know that's connected to that. This is my present. And you'll do great. High Priestess reversed. Yeah, you know what? It's kind of funny. This is a Pisces card, but it's like, let go of this old version of you that sees this visionary of what could be from the past good. And also at the same time, like, stop listening to this like mirage of like what you think is so grand that you're not living in the present with, like, but you're trying to connect your present to. Your present already has everything. You don't need to go seek answers in the mirage that's really distorted, especially with Mercury and Sag squaring over to Neptune. And Mercury being in Sag, of course, for you is your 10th house. Like, you need to be responsible and not, and especially for yourself, like, just be responsible, do the right thing. Like, this is really like, be Pinocchio. Don't lie. Don't do stupid things. Don't go to Pleasure Island and go to school like Geppetto says, and you'll be fine. All right. Well, that's all 12 zodiac signs. I know this is a very extreme time. I appreciate you all very much. And don't forget that up until just January 1st, I will be doing the annual subscription here. It's been over 4 years since I brought it out of hiding, and it's $99.99, and you get a whole year, and I'm not cheap. That'll be a guaranteed price lock. It'll always just stay $99.99. It will never go up. The only thing it'll go is down ever. And this gets you a whole year with me during the most craziest year we will go through. And 2025 will be the craziest year of all time. And I've said that forever. I'm not bullshitting you. So I appreciate the support, being on High Vibe. That's, you know, I'd really love to spend it with you. And a lot of us High Vibers out there, we'd love to spend it with you. And you can express yourself fully and be part of the community and follow other people, but also all the videos. And we really put all the energy back into High Vibe. We're not a Patreon where we just made up an account after 1 minute, put 3 videos out a month and charge you triple the price. Give you that. That's it. Just this video right here gives you more than fucking what they're giving you on fucking those Patreon shit. So imagine what every day and all week is happening on High Vibe. So I appreciate you all very much. And plus, we're on actual apps that are professionally done and like the bomb, the best technology, the best everything. It's not even fucking it. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not even fucking close. Everybody else is cheap. Shit. Might be good astrology. Good. Fucking production, the way it's brought out, the way that they take all your money and triple charge you for fucking a month. Like, are you fucking kidding me? For 3 videos and shit? Ridiculous. That's less than $10 a month. And you get over 10 plus videos a week. Plus, not just me, many other people that have their own shows. Fully curated shows in a studio and everything with a real app, not some Patreon thing. So I appreciate you all very much. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. I'm sure you all will see me if you're on YouTube again one more time before New Year's, but I will be having a 2025 special. If you want to know what's going to happen in 2025, I'll be doing it on Monday, December 30th, and I'll be doing Deep Astrology on the 31st. I'm going to flop them. But my special will be on Monday, December 30th. And that's a special. That's not part of subscription. My specials, unless you're premium plus, that's a whole nother thing though. But I appreciate you all very much. I hope this helped, and I hope this gave you some insight into what's coming up and how to handle it and how to stand up to the fucking crazy weirdo shit by being your own you. I love you all. Much love. See you on High Vibe. Bye-bye. Adios. Later.